And the person was taking it?
Motho o na se kwana, the person was speaking isiXhosa as well.
After the statement was taken, was it read back to you?
Kamera statement isiZulu abakwahlukana shona.
Bamphile shona.
It was given to me.
That was not my question.
Asibuzame ebona.
After the statement was written, was it read back to you?
Kamera statement awusikwedi. Abantu bakubhalela shona. Motho o na kubhalela statement abakubhalela shona.
Ke sa gopola.
Can't remember.
Were you happy with the contents of the statement?
I need to wait till I saw this statement in Sahara.
Ke dumelane le sona.
Yes, I agree to the statement.
Okay.
Can I just intervene? You said the statement was given to you. Did you read it yourself?
Ola boholo bana bakona statement. Awena like violation. Yes, I did.
Thank you.
You read it yourself and you were happy with the contents thereof.
Ola violation statement. Like the men associated with the statement in Sahara. Yes, I did.
Thank you. Now I have to put some questions to you regarding the contents of your statement.
Shall we first get the statement as an exhibit so that I have a copy in front of me?
My learned colleague, can you please help the court with the copy of the statement?
Lord, I just wish to place something on record. Accompanied with the statement is the annexure 1 of A10. It goes with the statement.
What is that?
It was a correction that was made on the contents of the affidavit. So as I placed it on record yesterday, it's A10, the annexure 1 to A10, and then also A99 as it was filed in the docket. The last one was an additional affidavit.
Yes.
I will hand the
Mr. Kabai, do you have any issues with the annexure and the additional statement?
None, my lord.
No. So let's have it as a pack then.
As the court pleases, my lord, can you give the originals to the court, please? The originals are being handed up. I will hand copies to the witness.
I thought we had an exhibit S yesterday.
Yes, my lord, the last exhibit was Exhibit S. It was the photo album.
So I'm going to get the statement and mark it as Exhibit S, Exhibit T.
As the court pleases, your worship.
Just a moment, I just
My
want to
lord.
identify the exhibit for the record. It's a handwritten statement by Paulina Chosa. It has a writing on top that had a line drawn through it with Saldana Inquiry 030224. And then Saldana Cash 24 of 3/2024. It's marked A10 and it indicates it's 1 of 5, 2 of 5. So the main statement consists of 5 pages. Then there's a document in a single page that has Saldana Cas 24/3/2024, and it says Annexure 1 of A10. This annexure seems to have been commissioned on the 26th of January 2025 consists of 2 main paragraphs and the commissioning thereafter. So the total number of pages will be 6 pages. That will be the full of Exhibit T. And because we have a loose page, I'm going to mark the loose page also with the exhibit number and a 6 with it. My markings on the exhibits will always be the red markings that will be found on the right-hand top of the exhibit.
As the court pleases, my lord.
Thank you. You were going to take it to paragraph 2 of the main statement. Does the witness have a copy with her?
Yes, the witness does know.
So that will be the paragraph starting with on Sunday. Thank you, Ms. Nkabai.
Thank you, my lord. Before we go to paragraph 2, after this statement, the statement you took on the 22nd of February 2022, after you read this statement, you were happy with the contents and you signed it.
Yes, I did.
And with your signature, you were saying, what is contained here is true.
I don't know guys, yes.
Thank you, Ms. Chosa. Now let's go to paragraph 2 of your statement. I will read it for the record. On Sunday, 2024-02-18, at about 1900 or between. Okay.
The microphones, the way they put it, that it's become an irritation to me, so I'm moving to my side. Yeah, as long as you can hear me.
I can hear you today, my lord. I didn't hear you yesterday.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, my lord. On Sunday, 2024 to 18, at about 1900 hours or between 1900 hours and 20 hours. It's written here, aware. I will read it as it is written. I were passing the house at which the missing child resides on my way to the salon to cut my hair.
Yes.
Can you explain to me the time you are referring to?
Ke 7 ya mantsibuya, between 7 and 8 ya mantsibuya.
At 7 o'clock at night, 7 o'clock between 7 and 8.
At that time, your salons are still open.
Yes.
If you go to the salon at 8 p.m., when one is expected to come back?
How will we run ko salon? Yeah, depend on how we run ko salon.
It depends what you wait for to the salon.
How long did you take on that day in the salon?
When I got to the salon,
It's 30 minutes.
it should be 30 minutes.
And you came back after 30 minutes to your home.
Yes.
Are there street lights in the area where you stay?
Yes.
It is your evidence that when you came back from the salon, you didn't take the same route that is passing Kelly's shack. Can you tell the court, what was the reason of you not to take the same route you've taken while you were going to the salon?
When I got to the salon, kotlong ya gago. Ga wa tsaya yona tsela e le go ya ka yone go sa nne go di ka kotlong ya gago. Yaanong go goreng o sa tsaya tsela ya gago?
ne le bosigo ne go setse go ba lefifinyana.
It was at night and it was becoming darker.
Was it at night and becoming darker only on that route that is passing Kelly's shack?
Pinele bosigo a gore no go na le fifinyana and go na le fifinyana mo tseleng e le e nngwe ka mo ga Kelly gone hela. No.
Then my question still stands.
O tsere something in hand.
Why did you choose to use another route when we're going back home from the salon?
O tsere something in hand gore o sa tsaya yona tsela e le o lo ile ka salon go bona ka yona ga gore.
Tsela ela e na le matlapa, e na le metsi.
That road has rocks and there is water in it.
Ene ne ke sa nyake go tsamaya ke ntse ke check-a tsela.
And I do not want to walk around, walk whilst looking at the road, checking the road out.
These rocks were only put on that road after you were coming from the salon. Were they not there when you were going to the salon?
O tshwanetse gore a matlapa a beogela ka nako wena o etsa go ita go o etsa go ya salon.
Aowa,
No?
They were not there.
Or na se mo matlapeng.
ne a le teng.
They were there.
Oh,
Was it already dark when you were on your way to the salon?
So no go le lefifi ka nako wena o ya go salon.
No,
No, my lord.
okay. I'll come back to this line of questioning. Let's go back to paragraph 2. I'm not yet done with paragraph 2.
A re boele ko paragraph 2 ka se ditse ka paragraph 2. Mme potso e ke tla go botsa go na kana ka tse di tlo go bola go ya.
The time you've given at paragraph 2, it's between 19 and 20 hours. 19 hours and 20 hours. Is that the time you've given the person who was taking your statement?
Nako e go tswa go paragraph 2 ga 7 le 8. A ke nako o ile motho o na go statement. Yes.
Thank you. It is common cause that Joshlin was reported missing in the evening of the 19th of February 2024.
Ke selo se se itseng gore Joshlin le ena go le go gore o latlhegile go le ka di 19 tsa February 2024 mantsibosigo.
But I see the witness before this court, and on paragraph 4 of her statement stating the following.
Ya bona ha mo statement tse gore mo paragraph 4 wena o bua selo se se latelang.
On Monday, 2024, February 19, during the day, not sure about the time, New Fredenberg High receptionist showed me a photo on the phone saying that there is a child at Saldana gone missing. When I looked at the picture, I saw that's the child that I saw the mother pulling and dragging into the house.
Before you ask the witness the question, it would be fair to also read paragraph 2 on T6 and then ask the witness to explain that situation, because T6, so that's the loose page, that was done on the 26th of January. The witness says in that statement, referring to the statement in paragraph 1, the witness says, later on the statement I noticed, or it was noticed, that he wrote the date on Monday 2024-02-19. He was supposed to write Tuesday 24-02-20. So maybe the witness must explain first the correction.
My Lord, I have read both affidavits. I wanted this witness to answer my question.
No, I'm not
herself.
going to allow it. I'm first going to let the witness deal with the correction, because otherwise the question would be unfair, as it will not be placed in the context. So I will ask the witness, ma'am, when did you notice the discrepancy in the first statement that led to T6 being produced?
Ke bona ga ke bua le investigation officer fana.
I noted or I saw that when I was speaking to investigating officer Fana,
And who noticed that?
Ke ena.
he did.
Why did you not notice it on the evening of the 22nd when you made the first statement?
Ke bereka ka thata, so maybe ne ke lapile ha ke lo etsa statement se, because ne ke tla mo shebetseng.
My Lord asked because maybe I was tired and I worked hard and I was tired when I'm going to make a statement that evening.
Good. Thank you, Ms. Mkabai. You may now ask the question.
This is very interesting. You are the second witness. You become tired, and after your tiredness, you notice the mistakes. You are the second witness who said that. This is very interesting. You don't need to answer on this, it's a statement. Now,
No.
it's interesting. Let me rephrase my question. Are you not the same person who just testified in this court, in this hour, that you read your statement yourself and you were happy with the contents of the statement? Are you not that very same person?
Ke nna.
Yes, I am.
And you are the very same person who's saying somebody else picked a mistake in my statement. You are the very same person who's saying that.
Yes, it's me.
This is a statement, you don't need to answer to this. If our courts are going to allow witness to amend, edit statements under oath, I don't think there will be any reason for statements to be made under oath.
So where's the question?
The question is coming, my Lord.
Good.
I said this was a statement. Let's go to paragraph 3 of your statement.
It's the one starting with I saw the lady. Is that the paragraph we're going to?
I will read this paragraph into the record and starting with I saw the lady.
Good, then I'm there.
My reading of this statement is in reference with your passing. I was passing the house. I was passing the house when you saw what is in paragraph 3. I'm going to read paragraph 3 into the record.
So
I saw the lady, in open brackets, the missing child's lady, close brackets, and her boyfriend.
The missing child's mother.
Yes, the missing child's mother. It's written like that in my statement.
Yeah, you read lady.
Oh, I said lady.
Yes.
My apologies, my lord. The missing child's mother and her boyfriend. How did you know at the time of your passing the check that the person that was sitting with the child's mother was a boyfriend?
they look like a couple.
If people look like it, I will leave that question for next. Or I can even ask now. So to you, they looked like a couple, and you assumed that the man seated next to the mother of the child is a boyfriend.
That was my assumption, always what I thought. The woman is allowed to continue.
Yes, you can.
Until your boyfriend there.
Till I heard that it's her boyfriend. Till I heard that it's her boyfriend.
Who told you that and when?
That's little about one.
The day that the people were looking, searching for the child.
This person who told you is the boyfriend, was she with you when you were passing the check?
No?
Thank you. I'm continuing, my lord.
Yes, you may.
Arguing, they were outside the yashak, and at that time it was still clear to see in front of me. It was not dark. The mother grabbed the little girl on her upper arm and pulled her towards the entrance, saying to the boyfriend in Afrikaans language, when he was pulling the child, one of the flops that the child was wearing remained behind, and the child was pointing at the flop while the mother was dragging her inside the shack.
actions are not going out of flip-flops anymore. Can't go out to hang out.
Before you noticed what you've noticed in paragraph 3, how far were you from the shack?
Pero for who was so simply, when I look at
ne ke sekgakala
I was on the phone.
How far? Can you make an example? How far from where you are standing, where you are seated, and where I'm standing?
ke sa buseletsa gape ga ke le mo ka mo tafoleng ya bobedi mo
I will just repeat once more, my Lord, as it's there, the witness shows a table where the stenographer is seated, my Lord, that I was seated, it was not about there, and there's a table behind the prosecutor's room, that's a second table.
From
I'm guessing about 5 meters.
I have no objection to that, Your Worship. You are pointing from where the beautiful lady for justice is standing to where the spokesperson for NPA, Mr. Tabazadila, is seated.
On one time, more words are on the Olanding Home, the more spokesperson in the red that was in Home. Yes, that's correct.
Then you want to tell me, you want to convince me or the court that you witness all that you've witnessed in paragraph 3 within this short distance?
Yes.
The prosecutor got up to object, I showed it to sit down.
I put to you that it is impossible for you to have witnessed all that you have witnessed in paragraph 3 of your own statement within this distance. Yes, that's the question.
Yes, you may comment.
ke se bone ka gore ne a shouta ausi so ke thomile tsa masteraga gore ke kgone go bona
I saw my Lord because the lady was scolding, and when I noticed that, that's when I walked but slower.
I put to you, you didn't even walk slower. You stood, you listened.
Just one
ne ke
moment.
tsamaya
Just one moment before the witness answers. Ms. Nkabai, I just want to get my note right. You said that you put it to her that she stood and was not walking slower.
I'll repeat my question, my lord. I put to you, you didn't even walk slower. You stood, you listened, you watched.
ne ke tsamaya
I was walking.
Why I'm even hearing this walking slower for the first time? Why you didn't mention it in your evidence chief?
ka gore o mpotsitse ka gore a re ne ke eme that's why ke re ne ke tsamaya slow
It's because you were saying that I was standing or stood there. Hence I'm saying that I moved slowly.
Just for the witnesses' information, when counsel puts a proposition in the positive to the witness, one expects the accused to come and testify to that effect. So that might be counsel's instructions, that's why it's put that way. That's why I asked to ensure that I have the terminology right.
So say please go to the
That's just for information for the witness, because I suspect she is not steeped in litigation in courts. Yes, thank you, Ms. Nkabai.
Thank you, my lord. How far were you from these people? My question is in reference to you seeing that these people, they were busy with something, they were busy with things that look like drugs. How far were you from them? I will read for you. You even forgotten what you've written in your statement. I've given a chance to go through your statement this morning, but you don't know that you've mentioned drugs in your statement? No problem. I will read it for you. I will read paragraph, the last pages of paragraph 3. The boyfriend at that time was sitting between a girl and another man. Second page, who were also there, sitting outside, just busy with things that look like drugs.
Yes, I agree with that.
Okay. My question was, how far were these people? How far were you from them?
From mo matlapeng mo ne ba ntse teng, passage e gona mo gaufi le matlapa. From mo ne ba ntse teng mo matlapeng.
From where he was sitting by the walls,
Tselanyana e ne ke tsamaya ka yona,
the road, the passage that I was onto,
it was close to them.
it was close to them.
There's no sequence in your statements. There's no sequence in your evidence, most of you. You never mentioned anything about rocks. In your paragraph 3, there's nothing about the rocks. Now you are saying these people, they were seated by the rocks. Now you are confusing me.
That was the testimony.
The question relates to, and I didn't look at the statement, in full that in the statement there was no reference to rocks.
No, indeed, my lord, but the way in which it was put that you did not mention that in your testimony and in the affidavit. So I just wanted to clear that up. That
She
was your
mentioned it in the testimony yesterday, but not in the affidavit. The way I understood the question to me is, in the affidavit there's nothing said about rocks.
With due respect, my lord, my learned colleague for the state must not misquote me. My question is in reference with paragraph 3 of her statement.
That's how I also understood it. Yes, so let's go back to paragraph 3 of the statement. And the question is, first the statement is made, you didn't mention rocks in the statement. Let's hear why not.
Most able paragraph 3 in the statement is most paragraph 3 in the statement is correct.
That's why I kept not making a statement this. Ke lapile ke no re ke ba bone ne ba ntse ka mo side la ka mo mosadi a le ka mo mokoko o le ka mo side la ka mo a ka bolela gore mo ne ba ntse mo teng go bjang no go irahalang.
My Lord Henry said, when I went to gave the statement, I was tired, but I said that there was six people on this side of the road, and the lady was on this side where the check was, but I didn't mention it was seated.
The interpreter showed with the hands. The first, this side is to the right, and the second, this side is to the left. In other words, the people that were sitting were to the right of her, and where the person who was with the child was to the left.
Thank you. Ms. Chosa, did you tell the person who was taking your statement on the 22nd of February 2024 that you were tired?
Ow.
No.
Why it is so important for you to tell the court today? Next question. Are you lying before this court?
Ow.
No.
Okay. If you are not lying before this court, why your evidence in paragraph 3 of your statement doesn't tally with what you are saying now, as far as the rocks are concerned?
Ne ke sa itse gore go botlhokwa gore ke mention a ntse ko kae gona yaanong ne ke re ke a explain.
My Lord, I did not know that it was important to say David was seated, but now I'm explaining.
Why it was so important for you to narrate everything you've narrated in paragraph 3, but miss this one?
That's why ke re maybe ne ke lapile.
Maybe that's why I'm saying it was time.
As tired as you were, but you read the statement yourself, that is the part I like, and you confirmed the contents that were correct, and after that you signed it, as tired as you were.
Yes.
While in the process of passing this check, you even heard sounds that were inside.
Tsela e ka mo morago ga mokhukhu.
The road is behind the shack.
I put to you, you were not walking slower, you were not walking, you stood behind the shack, you listened
Are you putting it to her that
I'm
she
putting that
stood and she listened? So that implies that your instructions are that she was there. Right?
Well,
I have it.
Yes.
Yeah, it's as I've explained to you, and I've now clarified it with counsel. So there will be evidence, I suspect, that you stood there and you listened.
Let me correct that, my lord. There won't be any evidence to that effect. This questioning is in reference to paragraph 3.
But Ms. Nkabai, on the previous occasion, when you said to the witness, I put it to you, I specifically, because I wanted to make a note of it, asked whether that was the question. Then I explained to the witness what that means in the context of cross-examination. Now you repeated putting something to the witness, and then I asked, and I made a note that it implies that those are the instructions. And it's on that basis, because one must be careful of putting things to a witness in cross-examination, because that's the risk. And I expect counsel to know what it means. And so far I was satisfied that that was the position. Because you put it to her, firstly you said, you didn't walk slowly, you stood there. Then she said, no, I walked slowly. Now, with the noise coming from inside the house, you again put it to her that she stood there and she listened. And last time I checked, if it's put like that in cross-examination, that's the context. Unless you want to rephrase the question.
My lord, can I comment?
Certainly.
I won't make that mistake of saying these are my instructions, because my client has never seen this lady. I won't make that mistake.
You never said it was your instructions. I agree with you. But the manner in which the statements are put to the witness is that you put it to her that the position is A and not B. Because we can't put speculation to witnesses. Then one must rephrase the question, to my mind, as to say, look at the context, so forth and so forth and so forth. But if counsel in my court say, I put it to the witness, that's how I note it. I put it to you, that's the situation. And when I evaluate the evidence, that's the context in which I evaluate it at the end of the day.
I will rephrase
Yes.
the question, my lord. It is not possible that you heard this noise while you are passing.
Did you drill?
I heard you.
The inference I'm drawing is that you might have been standing or listening at the time you heard the noise. Ms. Chassa, there was a witness, state witness, who testified about what she had while she was standing outside at the corner of Kelly Smith shack. And she was narrating the events of the 18th of February 2024. She never told the court about the events that we are narrating before this court today.
Are you referring to the witness, Laurentia Lombard?
That's correct, my lord.
Her evidence is not complete yet. So is it fair to put it that way to this witness? Because she must still be cross-examined.
It will be complete only after cross-examination.
Yeah.
My
Now
lord.
she, in her evidence in chief, narrated about who arrived when at certain stages on the evening of the 18th. She also, in the evidence in chief, what will happen in cross-examination, that I don't know. When accused number 3 took Joshlin into the house, she also told us about what she could hear at that stage. And then she continued about what she could hear when certain things were said between individuals. So maybe in the context, you can put it to the witness that this part about the 3 people sitting at the rock while she was pulling the child, that is different, etc. But I'm not so sure that it's fair to put it as boldly as you did, that she never told us about these events. Because I can see similarities in what this witness says and what Ms. Lombard said in her evidence in chief. In fact, I suspect the state called this witness specifically for that reason, because you're going to have a single witness as to certain aspects, and maybe I'm wrong, but they needed some corroboration to bolster the 2 or 4 witnesses' evidence. So, on my understanding of the evidence in chief of Laurentia Lombard, I will not allow the question in the way you put it. You have to rephrase. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, my lord. Before I continue with my question, my lord, you made reference to similarities to what this witness has said and what Ms. Lombard has said. With due respect, my lord, what are those similarities? I've checked the affidavit. I didn't see any similarities.
I don't have to tell you exactly what the similarities are. As I've told you, I haven't heard all the evidence. So, Okay, I'm listening.
Thank you, my lord. The witness I made a reference to has testified that she heard things while she was standing at the back of Kelly Smith's shack.
Nani ke feta a ka ema.
Okay. Further, she never gave us the setup you are giving us in your evidence regarding these people you've seen and how they were seated.
Ka bona se a se bone nna ke ka mokgwa ke boneng ka mokgwa ke letseng.
I saw how I saw things in my research. This is the person who is the way I saw how I saw things.
Okay.
I'm stating how I saw things.
Thank you, Ms. Chasa. Now let us go to your statement. Second statement.
The second one, the T6. Just whilst we are at T6, on T2 of 5, next to where it's marked paragraph 4 and encircled, the 4 is circled, I wrote in on the exhibit with my red pen, C T6 paragraph 2, and then I put in brackets in pencil that it's the court's note. So it wasn't on the original exhibit. I brought it on there, and that's so when somebody looks at the exhibit, they will see those notes. Those are mine as a cross-reference. So now we're going to T6 then.
Yes, my lord. Before I put questions to you regarding the second statement, there are a few things I want to know from you. The statement you made on the 22nd of February 2022, when did you get, I'm sorry my lady, when did you get an opportunity to read it again?
Ke se file last week.
Last week.
Yes.
From the 22nd of February 2024, it was the first time you read your statement only last week.
Se sotlhe.
Yes, the whole statement, yes.
Do you still remember when the correction of the first statement took place?
A ke gopole mara ke nako ela ke sa le ko sekolong.
I can't remember my word, but it was the time that I was still at the school.
At the time,
Ke nako ena ke santsane ke volunteer ko
the
sekolong.
time
At the time that I was still volunteering, or the time that I was still at the school.
when the correction was done.
Yes.
Was this year or last year?
Sa gopole.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Chosa. I humbly request my learned colleague for the state to hand over to the witness.
I can't hear you.
My apologies,
Yeah.
my lord. I humbly request my learned colleagues for the state to give the witness statement A99.
A99. Is it not what I've marked T6? In other words, the statement that says it's an annexure 1 of a 10. Is it a different statement?
Yes, my lord, there's a separate statement.
That A99.
It's not A99, it consists of 3 pages.
That's not been handed in.
It was.
So the witness has in front of the A99.
But that's the copy, the original.
Well, what was given to me, I read into the record. And I had a total of 6 pages. And that is why I marked it in the way I did. And nobody told me, but there are more pages. Where's the investigating officer today?
My apologies, this is A99. I gave the copy to the witness, my apologies.
So you want to hand it up now?
My lord, I did, when it was handed up, did place on record that there was an affidavit, the original one, with an annexure, 1 page into it, and then there was an additional
No,
affidavit.
I know you did. But I can only deal with matters when documents are handed up to me as exhibits. I haven't seen the docket.
My apologies.
All right, so now I've been placed in possession of a statement. Says Saldana Cass 24/3/2024, A99. It says on the front page 1 of 3, and it has 3 pages. It was commissioned on the face of it on the 6th of August 2024. Because the way we've dealt with the previous exhibit, I'm going to give this a separate number. So it will be Exhibit U. And we'll follow the numbers as they are marked on the right top bottom. In that, so yes, thank you, Ms. Nkabai. Now you can proceed.
Thank you, my lord. Ms. Chosa, in front of you, there's a statement. Our reference as defense is 899. Exhibit as per the court is Exhibit U. Please take your time, peruse that statement in front of you.
National sample and statement is a sample A99. The group of official statement so technical.
And on the last page of the same statement, please check whether that you appended your signature or whether that is your signature that appears there.
Yes, that's my signature.
As per the last page, this statement was commissioned on the 6th of October 2024.
Most pages because I have that is 6th of August 2024.
Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Is that your statement?
And this statement is the half.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. In which language was the statement taken? In which language was the statement taken?
English.
The witness was still perusing through the statement of the second page, my lord.
Oh, my apologies. I didn't notice.
Victim translate this part. The witness said that she stopped perusing through the statement, my lord, because the question was asked from her.
My apologies. I can't be that clumsy. You can proceed, lady.
He doesn't have to read the last page. That is the commissioning.
I see the witness.
I read, my lord.
Thank you.
Is that your statement?
And the statement is about.
A.
Yes, it is.
You just said it was taken in English.
Or yes, Kotuka Sensiman.
A.
Yes.
After it was written, was it read back to you?
Akamara hilizo kuongeleza ka statement ya amaliba kubalela shoni.
A.
Yes.
Did you understand the contents of the statement the time it was read back to you?
Kama ko ubalela statement ya amaliba sosisi kotuka statement ya zima.
A.
Yes.
Were you happy? Were you satisfied with the contents of the statement?
Ayukumelezi sosisi kotuka statement ya zima.
A. Ke tsotlhe tse ke di buileng.
Yes, that's everything that I spoke about.
And after your satisfaction, you appended your signature.
Going around ukulelezi sosisi kotuka statement ya zima.
A.
Yes, I did.
Thank you, Ms. Shota. Let's now go to paragraph 2.
Areko paragraph 2.
On Sunday, 2024, February the 18th, I am not really sure about the time, but it was after 17 hours.
Ini ka sontaga ka di 18 sa February ka show pre na ko ini na ni ka talo afan.
Can you leave out the address, the street address of the witness when you read the next sentence, please?
Ni ka kan ko ko ra wala na yung sa sentence na tenan ko ko kale address ya pa ki is para sa address ka.
So if you're going to read this in Kabai, we might read it as, I was coming from my house, going to the salon.
My Lord, I am not going to add anything to what is written before me. I am not going to increase. I will read paragraph 2 as it appears on this
You
affidavit.
see, the problem is, I made a ruling yesterday about the identity of the witness and images. The moment we're going to read in a street address, we can rather ask the witness to confirm what is written there is in fact correct. But if we read it out loud, it goes out to the rest of the world, then it undermines the order I made yesterday by implication.
In fact,
Because
my
we
Lord,
now already know from questions this morning, the witness is a member of an SGB at a particular school. That we already know now from the questioning this morning. I will let the witness read and confirm what is written there is in fact correct, and then you can ask the question.
I won't have a problem with that, my lord.
So can the witness read from after 1700 hours that was read out aloud in court to herself, and if you want to translate to the witness in Setswana, up to the word salon, and just confirm whether that is in fact correct. Yes, thank you, Ms. Nkabai.
Thank you.
So you will go to the time now. I know that.
Thank you, my lord.
Sorry, my lord, the witness also asked something, my lord, whilst the court was speaking with defense. Which statement is this? Is this the second statement?
This was a second statement, as Ms. Nkabai took her through, that seems to have been taken in August of last year.
This statement is something we say really now, but I'm not sure say something that the last year, that is
And the last...
I'm just going to put the witness at ease, Ms. Nkabai.
Okay.
You will recall yesterday, you were taken to dates and the appearance of people on television. So this was the statement that was taken after that television appearance. So now you understand where we are. Yes, thank you, Ms. Nkabai.
Thank you, my lord. I will pass your address and I will go to the last 4 words on this paragraph. The last 4 words are going to the salon.
Yes.
Tell me, Miss Chota, I want to know, how many times did you go to the salon on the 18th of February 2024?
I went once.
Thank you. Explain to me, why in A10? My lord, can the court help me with the exhibit number for A10?
T for Tommy.
Thank you, my lord. Why in exhibit T you went to the salon at 17 hours or at between 17 hours and 20 hours?
1900 hours and
20 hours.
That's
Thank you, my
in,
lord.
Exhibit T.
Yes. Then in exhibit U, now we see you going to the salon 3 hours earlier than when you went in exhibit T. Please explain.
ba ile ba re ha ba mpotsisa ka tsatsi le la ba ka ke tsa statement sa bobedi ba re monna ba re o shona gore ke 7 between 7 and 8.
When I gave my statement, my lord, I was asked whether I should be between 7 o'clock and 8 o'clock.
ebe ke re go bona ke re aowa a ke sure but ne go le late tsatsi nako ya teng.
And then I said to them that I was not sure, but it was late on that day.
Ebe ba re go nna ba re nagana gore ga o ya ko salon event o iraetseng, like did you o ile kerekeng na or o na le motho a ileng kerekeng.
And they said that, can you please think properly, or can you please think what happened? Did you go to church or someone went to church?
A fetsa fela mo ka nagana ka re ngwana a ka nna ile ko kerekeng o ile around to 5.
And I thought about it when that my child went to church and came back around 5 to 5.
And then ke nako e ke tsamaileng ka yona ka gore ne ke emetse ena.
And that's the time I left because I was waiting on my child.
This statement says, I'm not really sure about the time, but it was after 1700 hours. In other words, after 5 o'clock.
Most statements are already short, but I said I'm on the way, and I'm on the 5.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Nkabai.
No follow-up question to your answer. I will leave this. My apologies, my lord. No follow-up question to you regarding your last answer. I will leave this for adjournment. You were not here when Mrs. Mard, but the class teacher of Joshlin was testifying. You were not here. But what is interesting, you both have a common mistake. Even her, in her affidavit, she mentioned something on the 19th of February 2024, which was corrected in this court. You won't have a comment on this? My lord?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have further questions to the witness.
Thank you, Ms. Nkabai. Mr. Sivnarayan.
My lord, can I move my house
Yes, certainly.
for my learned colleague?
So, because now it's got to be raised from Mr. Sivnarayan. Is that okay?
Thank you, my lord.
Just for the witness, it's been a long morning. Just to remind the witness, Mr. Sivnarayan appears for Ms. Smith. Thank you.
Thank you, my lord. When did you move to the Middle Pos area?
2017.
And would you ever pass accused number 3's home from the time you got there?
Can you please repeat the question?
Or let me ask you, on this date, the 18th of February, was that the first time that you walked past accused 3's home?
No.
Would you pass there often?
Ke na no feta mo.
Yes, I do often.
The question was, would the witness pass there often?
Not hundreds, not often.
Not often.
And on the 18th of February 2023, this was the first time you noticed
2024.
2024. Thank you, my lord. This was the first time that you noticed any of the occupants of this house.
Every 18th of February 2024, when it was
Eh,
yes.
And that was also the first time that you saw accused number 3.
eh,
Yes.
My instructions from accused number 3 are that she does not know you and she's never seen you before.
We have to confirm
Do you have any comment on that?
le nna ke metse ne ke thomo mmona tsatsi lela.
I also don't know her because my first time seeing her as well on the day.
Do you think she would have seen you, noticed you that evening?
Ka mokgwa o nna a kwatile ka teng a ke nagana gore o mpone.
The way she was angry or upset, I didn't think that she saw me.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, my lord. When you were walking past, what drew your attention to accused 3?
Ka mokgwa o nna o manya le boyfriend ya hae ka teng.
How she was calling with her boyfriend.
Okay. Now, when you saw them for the first time, you mentioned to us her boyfriend was on one side with the other 2 people and she was on the other side.
Eh,
Yes.
Where was the boyfriend seated in relation to the house?
Boyfriend le yone ne ntse ga kae looking.
ne ba ntse mo tseleng ela ya Matlapa before ko ntlong ya bona.
They were seated by the road by the rock knowledge before the house.
How far are the rocks from the house?
Go tloga mo ditshiping tsela go fitlha kwa ka morago ga tafola ya bontate.
The witness shows the road from this here where the stage is and behind the sitting room table where the 2 gentlemen are sitting. Behind the 2 gentlemen.
It's about 10 meters approximately.
That's correct, my lord.
Just give me a moment. So I'm looking at the measurements.
Yes, sir.
And I'm doing just a basic calculation on how it was measured from Ayanda's house to the rocks, firstly. So that distance was 64.3 meters. Got it? And the distance from Kelly's house to Ayanda's house. Remember, it's now the furthest point where we stood, because we stood on the furthest side of the house. That was 78.8 meters. So you're looking at the difference about 14.5 meters from Kelly's house to the rocks.
Thank you, Manoj.
And that's measured. So instead of us having to guess, we know it's approximately 14.5 meters.
Thank you, Manoj.
And that's to be found, those measurements were the measurements I asked Warrant Officer Peters at the inspection to measure. And it's contained in the key to the photographs that's marked Exhibit S, which is the recordal of the inspection in Oakland. So that might help you, Mr. Signarai.
It does, my lord. And where was accused number 3 standing in relation to her house?
Molatiši wa boraro Naomi pela batho ba ke buang ka bona ba bararo Naomi mo pela bona mo tseleng e ke tlo fetang ko yona.
Accused number 3, Lulu, was standing across or facing the people that were seated there as I was going to pass through that door where they were.
Was she standing right next to her house?
And I ended to go from the
Au
No.
So was she closer to the people or closer to her house? Where was she?
Naomi kgauswi le batho ba
Standing close to the people.
And where was the child at that time?
Naomi ga o fitlhe ena nako ya eme mola.
The child was standing near her on the road. Now, when she was standing there, the weapon shows the way of her feet to her hands on the road. They were facing and the child was standing near her. Facing and the child was standing near her.
Facing next to her.
Did you notice what the child was doing?
Can you please repeat that, sir?
Did you notice what the child was doing?
Naomi hela
The child was standing.
And what would you say was the distance between accused number 3 and her boyfriend while this argument was continuing?
re ka no lena Naomi mo lining e rede and then boyfriend e ntse ka mo o se ba ntseng mo teng mo matlapeng.
I can say my room, she was standing on where the red line is, my room. Where the red line is, and the boyfriend was standing or was behind the table with the two ladies that were sitting here. The two ladies being the stenographer and the judge secretary.
I'm guessing 2 meters, approximately.
That's correct, my lord.
If you take the width of the table, so it's about double that. Table looks to me like between 600 and 800, so it's 1.6 to 2 meters.
Thank you, my lord. And the boyfriend at that time was just seated between the other two people.
Boyfriend, you can see my
Yes.
And when accused number 3 was fighting, was she making any actions? What was she doing?
Kan ke e mo la ke fetso go ra go ambana le a go la se na sa di
na a kwatile a omanya.
She was angry, upset, and scolding.
She was just being verbal about her anger.
Na bua mantswe.
Yes, she was verbal about it.
And all this time that she was scolding, the boyfriend just sat quietly.
Le yona ne e bua back ko yena.
You will also reply back to her.
Yes, and he would reply to her, and it continued in that fashion.
Ke bone.
Yes, that's how I saw it.
So if we would summarize it as a to and fro verbal altercation, would that be fair?
Ke bone ka re mare tla fela mo matsogong ka gore ne le go manyiwa ka nnete like botlhoko, so ne ke nana re maybe ba ka tshwarana le go tshwarana.
My Lord, yes, they were arguing verbally, my Lord, but the way it was, I saw that it might end up being physical, my Lord. They were really scolding each other.
So it was intense.
How long did you witness this intense exchange of words before you saw Joshlin being pulled into the house?
So same was the beginning of the guys when Joshlin
Hantse ke tla.
as I was approaching.
I don't understand. As you were getting there, that's when you saw this happening.
Hantse ke ya go bona.
Yes, as I was approaching there.
That doesn't make sense, man, because you witnessed a lot of things happening. You saw this exchange of words, and then she would have been pulled. But now you say, as you were approaching the house, you saw her being pulled.
No. The reference was with the intense exchange of words. That's how I had the question.
Perhaps I can rephrase, my Lord.
Because there was, and you used the term, the intense exchange of words. That was as she was approaching. Remember, prior to that, she said it was intense. She thought it might end up in a physical encounter. So that's how I have it. There's nothing yet of the pulling of the child, but maybe you can clarify it.
Can you recall how long this exchange of words lasted?
Aowa.
I can't say.
Let's clarify it once and for all. As you were approaching, we now know from yesterday, when we took you to the map. As you were crossing the canal, could you hear them or not?
Yes.
So was it already there where some scolding took place?
Yes.
Could you see the child at that stage as you're crossing the canal?
Yes.
And was the child just standing there, or was anything happening to the child?
Ngwana na eme hela.
the child was just standing there.
Now you're getting closer and closer and closer, and we know the exchange of words continued on your evidence.
Sorry, my lord. Ola kimela, yaka wa kimela nyana ba tso ba le bana ngisana amantu. Khotsa go ngisana ga bana ba tso ba kimela.
go ha ke ntse ke atamela ba santsana ba tswella pele.
And now as a coaching will give you the year and we will continue with the exchange of words.
So can you recall the position you were in at the time when you say Miss Smith took Joshlin into the house?
Ne ke setse ke le gaufi le bona.
I was near them already.
Near them, having passed them already, or not having passed them?
I'm really trying to go on, so
Le ka se ke sa ba heta.
I wasn't past them yet.
Thank you, Mr. Sidnarai.
Thank you, my lord. Ma'am, before I proceed with that, I just want to go back to you saying that, you could hear the exchange of words were serious or intense as we now use it. What makes you say that it was intense?
Because no gona ne le mashata o wa bua.
They were speaking over each other. They started speaking, they were speaking over each other. Sorry, my lord. May I ask permission for the court to take off my jacket, please?
Certainly.
Thank you, my lord.
It's not an indulgence to counsel. Good. Yes, thank you, Mr. Sidnarai.
Thank you, my lord. You could not understand a single word that was being exchanged, could you?
Eh,
Yes.
And you also told us that during this argument, she was standing about 2 meters away, and he was just seated in between the two people.
eh,
Yes.
So, from what I understand, it's only the fact that they were talking on top of each other that makes you think it was intense.
So say when I would be
lo bolella ko dimo go reisa mantswe.
and on my word is wrong, you're speaking loud, screaming, you're speaking loud.
But anyone can have loud arguments, doesn't necessarily mean it's going to end up in something physical. You agree with me?
Okay.
Okay.
Now, what caused this argument to end, if you noticed?
Ke ga mme a goga ngwana a bua lentswe la gore ke tla go bontsha.
At the time when the mother pulled the child, he said that I'm going to show you. The witness said the words of the Lord, you have to run something behind your face and of God that he shall show you.
So, whilst in the middle of the argument, she just grabbed the child and she walked towards the house.
Eh,
Yes.
happened thereafter?
Ke feta mo bo obuti ba ntse mo teng yena o ya ko ntlong nna ko feta ko morago ga ntlo
I crossed with the gentleman, I was seated, my lord, and when I went there,
yena nna ya ko ntlong nna ke tlo heta ka morago wa ntlo
and she was going to the house and I was going to go behind the house.
And after that, you would have left that area.
ga ke feta ka mo morago ga ntlo go tlile go na le dilo nkare o betantsha dilo ka motlong
When I was behind the house, my lord, I heard voice like she was throwing things around, things being thrown around.
Thank you, my lord. You heard things being thrown around. You did not see who was creating that noise.
Yes.
And all of this you heard as you were almost past or moving away from the home.
ga ke heta ka morago ga mokhukhu
I heard that grass was passing behind the shack.
And did you notice anything else?
aowa
No.
No. The words I'll show you, do you recall who it was directed at?
o na bua le obuto le boyfriend ya gagwe
She was speaking with her boyfriend. The way which also shows her the show hands my word, she was speaking with her boyfriend.
So it was not directed at the child.
You might say, I will not send this to woman.
aowa
No.
Can I ask you to maybe speculate? There's this heated argument between Ms. Smith and the boyfriend that you think might end up in a physical confrontation. And then she tells the boyfriend, "Ek gaan jou wys," and take the child away. Is that possible? That was the context?
When I had a case of or one was one and son, and I'm listening to us. Yana, like if you talk about it, one, I'm not a confronting yeah, get up once, I'm someone, and someone, and you know, so this is
ke sone se se diragetseng
Thank you, my lord. What were the other two people who were there during this argument?
le ba le busy ka go tšhwatlha dilo that's why ke rene ke nagana gore maybe ba ka gore later kutlile ba re ke batho ba di-drugs ne ke nagana gore le ba le busy ka di-drugs
My Lord, because you were busy, the crashing was busy with things and with my Lord. So later on, I heard that drug users, so I thought it was the drug, but later on, I heard that they're drug users.
Could you see them crush things?
I'm not going to talk about the Yes.
Can you maybe illustrate with your hands what you saw? Like she shows, like eating and crushing forward. Yeah. I can't take judicial notice of that, Mr. Secretary.
I do understand.
Good. Yes.
And I assume accused the boyfriend was, having been in between, was also involved and busy with these drugs.
ee
Yes.
None of the other people intervened or tried to stop the argument?
Aowa,
No.
Accused number 3 will deny that she had any argument with her boyfriend, or more specifically, accused number 1.
nna ke ba bone ba argue.
I still argue.
She will also deny that she pulled her child Joshlin into the house in the manner which you described.
Nna ke mmone a mo goga.
I saw her pulling her.
This hair salon that you are going to now, does it have a name?
No.
No.
Did you have an appointment on that day?
Aowa,
No.
Did you make any arrangements that you are going to go there with your hairdresser?
aowa.
No.
What were you going to, you used the words you were going to cut your hair.
Yes.
Was there a particular style that you were going to have it cut?
Ne ke lo ira cut.
I want to do a cut, my Lord, is I want to show the short hands towards the head.
Is it a shortcut or trimmed on the sides? Or I just want to get an idea. Because there's a hair salon where Miss Nkabai might go to, or Miss Harriman might go to. That might take time. Or I don't go to a hair salon because I cut my own hair. Because it's Casco. I can do it in 5 minutes. So nothing personal, that's just why I'm asking. Because we have these questions about if you have an appointment and we don't really know what type of service was going to be provided at this hair salon. So it might be that it's not something difficult.
Ne ke lo itrima ka mo lesaeteng so.
I want to trim on the side, my Lord, the one that shows with both of my hands, moving to the back this one.
So is the machine cut
Yeah.
on the sides?
Yes, my Lord.
So we have a better idea, Mr. Sivnara.
Thank you, Madam. Ma'am, the reason why I asked if you had an appointment was trying to maybe assist you to establish what time you may have been passing accused number 3's home.
So sena re botsa nako gore o nna le appointment. Ke ne go thusa le wena gore go sheba gore mme nako e leng ka yone le go le go nna thuto jwa gore go ile nako mang.
Di salon tsa go spata campa re ira appointment wa hitla. Ha o sena batho wa itsiwa wa tsamaya.
The salons at the former settlement, my lord, there is no appointment or time set. When you get there and there is no people, you do your hair and leave.
All right. We've already established that you've made two statements regarding this matter, and there was an annexure.
As one for a delivery statement between the road getting and politeness is have a statement system that is Yes.
You had an opportunity to even look at those statements a short while ago.
Yes.
Do you agree with me that in your first statement, Exhibit T, you say that you were passing between 7 p.m. and 8 p.m. on the 18th of February?
Yes.
Now, between 7 and 8 could be quarter to 8 as well. You agree with me?
Yes.
In your second statement, Exhibit U, you say you're not sure of the time, but it was after 5 o'clock or 5 p.m.
Most statements after 5. Yes.
2 hours is a big difference. Agreed?
Yes.
So, what I want you to do is think carefully now and tell us which is the correct one.
ba ile ha ke tlo thusega ka nako ya bobedi
First step when I was going to assist of the second statement.
ke re trisitse gore go iragetseng ka tsatsi leo
On that day, my Lord, I retraced what happened on the day.
ene ka tlhaloganya gore ha ngwana ka boa kerekeng ke gona ke tsamaileng ke ya saloneng
And I saw that when after my child came back from church, my Lord, that's when I left and went to the salon.
So would you say the time was now closer to 5 o'clock than it was to 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock?
I am over and I'm going to for training and I'm going to 5 o'clock, 6 and 7 o'clock. Yes.
Can you remind me, when did you make your second statement, Exhibit U?
It's in August, 6th of August,
Thank you, my lord.
2024.
And your first statement you made in February 2024.
Statements of how was the 2024. Yes.
And your first statement was made a few days after you witnessed this incident.
Statements of how was the Yes.
And
And obviously everything was still fresh in your mind.
And Kanako is the fashion hotel come. Yes.
So when you made your first statement, everything was still fresh in your mind and you told the police exactly what you recall saying.
Kanako do statements sound sometimes but then you go and give you refresh it and how will the police. Yes.
But on the 6th of August, almost 6 months later, you say you thought of it and realized that it was much earlier.
Make no statement sa gago se se dirang ka August gore o la nagana ka sone ka go bona gore e bile fokonya. Yes.
And you say you were able to recall that because you remembered your daughter returned from church.
Or o gopola se se ka gore bana ka go na ba go kerekeng. Yes.
And
The problem now?
my Lord, I was just
No, I was just wondering, I saw the court orderly coming forward and whispering to Ms. Nkapai, and then Ms. Nkapai put her hand up. What's the problem? Okay, it's 4 minutes past 11. I'm going to take the short adjournment now till 20 past. Then we're going to, when we come back, we're going to conclude the cross-examination and then immediately go on with the next witness. So a 20-minute adjournment at this stage. Thank you.
Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2.
It's when she moves away from the thing.
Yeah, but there's this disturbance. There's a disturbance. Maybe she's thinking this is the real mic. I must switch this side. But it's fine. Yeah, you're right. Let's show me. Kan u stand stay? Kom hier naartoe, je gaat ook niet doen.
Testing 1, 2.
February 2024.
Statement sa kusang sa February ka 2024.
Ee,
Yes?
And that is where the incorrect date appears. You agree?
Ke mo go tlhagang date e seng.
ee,
Yes?
And you were later informed that the date recorded there is incorrect.
And ka go tsamaya ka nako ka go bolela gore date e tlhagang ha le date e seng yone.
ee,
Yes?
And then you made an addition to that statement at a later stage.
And ke ga o dira statement se se ka go bara go ka mo tsona ka nako.
ee.
Yes?
When was that?
Lady,
A ke gopole.
I can't remember.
Sa August.
That is correct, my lord.
So when this man will say something,
Ee, ba botsisa ka mo ke etileng date ko teng na.
and I've been asked now about the way I ended date.
Where you corrected your first statement.
You were more about kind of statements or something.
Ba tlile ko sekolong e se kgale ke etse statement sa ka sa mathomo.
They came to the school not long after I made my first statement.
I had the opportunity of going through that statement or annexure, and I put it to you that was only made in January this year.
Ke batla go bolelela gore ke le correct the statements in the house. Ke bona gore company e go tsa go bankanya se di ka January ya re.
Do you have any comment?
Go na le selo se go tla go se bua.
Go na le tsatsi le lengwe fa no kile a tla ko sekolong kwala a tlo lokisa taba ya date a re date ele ke bile mole ne ile Monday.
There's a day that Fana came there to the school and said that the day that is being managed, it's a Monday.
Ebe a botsisa le Kelly wa ko sekolong gore date ya nnete ke Mantaga or Labedi na.
And even asked Kelly at the school the day that is it the day of Monday or the Tuesday.
Yes, but that was on the 26th of January this year.
Mme so se ke le ka 26 January ya.
Am I right?
Next tlhole ke bereka ka January next tlhole ke volunteer ko sekolong nako ela atla ne ke volunteer ko sekolong.
The time when the person came to the school, I was still volunteering at the school. By January this year, I was no longer volunteering at the school.
So what's recorded on the statement, the date is incorrect.
Yang mo ko ko tin teng ha, the statement VPA has well. Already statements have supervision carry 26 January 2025 yana kabana akela la ulo ile ko bona kana rana tsatsi ba la bana ko fela ko se ile ka province ko statement sanka bona ka ba ka mo wena ko be ka e mo be ka ka mo ko ka teng kamera tsatsi yana really una kana chulo for a so statement sa ka o bona ko statement se supervision carry 26 January ya
Ka January ba tlile go nna ba re ba lokisitse statement sa ka ke sign.
In January, they came to me and said that they have corrected or my statement has been amended and I just signed.
Are you telling me you don't know the content of that statement?
I'll remove now. So this is going to statement to say positive.
Ke a se itse ke se ne ba tlo se lokisa ba tlo lokisa ka taba ya date.
I am aware when I wrote the statement, they came this way to correct or to amend the date.
And you signed it in January 2025.
For last time, January 2025. Yes.
So you made the statement in January 2025.
Yeah, we did statement the same January 2025.
Any answer?
No?
Okay. Is it because you cannot remember, ma'am, or are you not being truthful to the court that you don't know about the statement January 2020?
Ka January batlile ba tlo mpotsa gore ba lokisa statement ba lokisitse statement ka mathabang ke setsitse.
At first, I made the statement, right? And when they came to me in January, they came and said that the statement has been corrected.
Ba re ke se check ke sign.
And they said that I must go through it, or produce the statement and sign.
Yes.
And
Ka tseya pampiri ka sign.
I took the paper and I signed.
And by doing that, what did you understand you were doing?
And when I'm talking so we can go today.
Ne ke itha gore ba lokisa date ne ke sa na go ke bia statement ne ke beile yona e wrong.
And my thinking was that they were correcting the date that I placed for it was wrong.
Yeah, but how were you doing that? You were making a statement, that's what you were doing.
Or did they have to so Yes.
So you agree with me, you made that in January 2025.
Well, when I statement say was the
Awa.
No.
Ma'am, I
Mr.
preach.
Signer, and you make your point.
Thank you, ma'am.
You can argue
Yes, my
about
lord.
the semantics at another day.
Ma'am, I preach you not being truthful to this court. Any comment?
Ke bua nnete.
I'm telling you the truth.
The reason why I say so is because you were able to recall things a year ago and make corrections 6 months later, yet you can't recall a statement you made 2 months ago.
So say you were never for an account with me to get the system that has in the I say and come as if my student was statement gave some more on the system. The main system that has in
Before the witness answers. That was not the evidence. That she can't recall the statement that she signed. It was about whether signing this paper is making a statement or not. I'm not going to allow the statement to the witness like that.
As court, please. Ma'am, you say that one of the people who were there was a female.
Yes.
And later on, at some point, you saw the same female on television.
Yes.
Did you eventually learn her name?
Awa.
No.
Okay. Did you see her any time after that day or after you saw on the television?
Awa.
No.
And you are 100% certain that the person who was there at accused number 3's house is one of the persons you saw on television?
Eh.
Yes.
And that was, she was seated with two other males when you were passing between 7 and 8, or the time that you were passing.
Eh,
My Lord, may I approach you? Thank you, my Lord. I've consulted just one more aspect. Ma'am, this female that you saw on that day, did she have long hair or short hair?
mokhutswane.
Thank you, my Lord. I have nothing further.
Thank you. Any re-examination? Yes, Nkabai?
My apologies, my lord. When I was
Yes,
cross-examined,
need to set the microphone down for you.
my apologies, my lord. When I was cross-examining the witness, I didn't put to her my client's instructions.
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Ms. Chosa, my client instructs me that you do not know him.
A re tsane personally, eh.
We don't know each other personally, yes?
And that he does not know you.
Le nna ke meeting le la mathomo ke mmona nako ya ntse mona ntse mo teng.
I don't know him as well because my first time seeing him when he was sitting.
And lastly, he was not at the place where you said you saw him.
And someone had said, and I see your moon already moving there.
Nna ke mmone hona moo ke reng ke mmone teng.
I saw him where he was.
No further questions, my lord.
Thank you, Ms. Nkabai. This Honorable, any re-examination?
Thank you, my Lord.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. You may be excused. You may call the next witness. Are we going to swap?
Yes, indeed, my lord.
Because the witness will be testifying in Afrikaans and then the interpretation will be into the English.
I call Laurentia Lombard back to the witness stand.
I think we need to swear in the witness again, afresh.
As the court pleases.
Please give your full names to the court.
Gee die hof die volle naam van
Laurentia Lombard.
Lorenzo Lombard Malone.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
Die het enige beswaar teen die aflewering voorgeskrewe eet.
Yes, my lord.
No, my lord.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Sweer enige deel wat die gevoel op gaan af is aan die waarheid wees.
Dis al die
Net
waarheid.
waarheid wees, en is aan die waarheid.
Al die waarheid. Please raise your right hand
Lig je rechterhand op.
and say I do so help me God.
Ik zal zo doen, zo help me God.
So you have my God.
What is this one in my lord?
Thank you. Ms. Lombard, you may be seated.
You can accept it.
Let's just test that microphone in front of Ms. Lombard. See that it works. Yes, thank you, Mr. Adams. Thank you. My lord, can I just establish something quickly, just housekeeping, just a technical point. I can't remember when was the last time that we finished evidence in chief. Was it Friday? Yesterday morning. Monday morning. No. My note says it was day 11, so day 11 was yesterday. Yes, thank you. I just didn't want to get that wrong. Thank you. I still have some notes of those. Thank you, my lord. Ms. Lombard, I just want to establish something quickly. Your name, Laurentia, is it spelled L-E or L-O?
Die naam wordt gespeld L-E of L-O?
L-O.
L-O, my lord.
And is Lombard with one A or two A's?
Lombard is een A is of 2A.
2 R's.
Double A, my lord.
We finished with you finished with your evidence in chief on Monday, yesterday morning.
Die het die hoofdstad gister afgehandeld. Gistermorgen, gisterochtend.
That's correct, my lord.
Confirmed, my lord.
Towards the end of your evidence, let me start here. You led evidence about a confession that you had made.
Hier het getuig oor 'n bekentenis wat u so gemaak het.
That's correct, my lord.
So jy
And that confession was handed up to this honorable court as Exhibit R.
hierdie bekentenis was onderhand genoem aan professor R.
That's correct, my lord.
Lord, I don't know if it might be good to give the interpreter a copy of it, if he needs one.
Actually, I have a copy in front of me.
There are documents in front of me, my lord, but I can't give any copies to what they are. It's quite 3 or 4 of them.
Is that the document that says confession to a justice of the peace?
This one doesn't do that, it just says mention number section 24.
Yeah, that's a different.
I'm just handed over my now.
What's the purpose of this exercise?
Maybe present one to the witness as well.
Yes, sure.
Ms. Lombard, you look at that document there, and I'm sure it was shown to you on Monday. It's, your copy is now not marked Exhibit R, but that is Exhibit R, and it starts on the top. Besides that, it says A53A on the right-hand corner. It says Station Saldana is written in there. It's CAS 24/0324. You got that document in front of you.
The document is for the and the longer can go Salon. Sign R, reflect R.
That's correct, my lord.
The starts in the first number. Conforms my lord.
Now you will recall that my learned colleague for the state, referred to Sergeant Johnson that had an interview with yourself.
We know that the Sergeant for Mr. Sergeant Johnson, I made it to on
the 15th of March 2024.
Just a moment. Are you now going to deal with this statement, or are you jumping to another statement?
To deal with a confession, I'm just starting before the evidence is laid about the confession, my lord.
Okay.
Then my learned colleague for the state said to you that the Sergeant Johnson asked you about the options that you have and what you want to choose, and the evidence that you've laid is that you chose to do a confession.
So some Johnson is zeker opties ek gewees. Maar die toe specifically by your bekendens aflê.
That's correct, my lord.
That's right.
And then you did that confession on the same day, which is the 15th of March 2024.
Jullie bekentenis het in dieselfde dag gedoen, die 15de Maart van die jaar 2024.
That's correct, my lord.
Correct, my lord?
Then my learned colleague for the state put to you or said to you, is it true that everything you said was recorded on video? And you said, yes, that's correct.
Die staatsprokureur het gevra of alles wat hier so oorgedra het in die bekentenis wat het as het opgeneem op video-opname en toe sê ja.
That's correct, my lord.
And as I have it, you said you were nervous because you have not spoken in front of people before.
Hier sê hy was nervous geweest want hy het nog nooit tevore met aan die moordheid van mense gepraat.
That's correct, my lord.
Then my learned colleague, you answered my learned colleague's question, did you tell her the truth? And you said, ek het.
Hy was gevra dat die staatsprokureur dat hy van alles waar gesê, hy toe sê ja.
That's correct, my lord.
You added, but I was bang.
En hy weet gevoel dat hy bang was.
That's correct, my lord.
Then after the interview, my learned colleague again asked you, after the interview, did you see the confession and saw the contents? And you answered, that's correct, that's correct.
Die staatsprokureur wat gesê het dat na hierdie afneem van die bekentenis, het hy weer die bekentenis gesien en bevestig en daarvan en tot sê ja.
That's correct, my lord.
And the next question to you was, were you happy with the contents? And you said, this is correct.
Hy was gevra as hy gelukkig met die van die bekentenis en toe sê ja.
That's correct, my lord.
So you made this confession, confirmed to the peace officer.
Hy het die verklaring gemaak en bevestig aan die
That's correct, my lord.
yes.
That you were familiar with what's written there and you were happy it is correct and everything that was written down.
Hier was gelukkig met die inhoud, hier inhoud bevestig.
That's correct, my lord.
Yes.
Now, just could you read at that stage? Did you read the writing part of the peace officer? Did you actually read it, or did the peace officer read it back to you?
Die gegeurde deelte van hierdie regter, het jy dit uitgelees of het jy dit aan die teruggelees? Of sê dit aan die teruggelees?
Die persoon wat dit aan my die verklaring gedoen het, het dit agterna vir my dit gelees.
The person who took the statement from me after that read it back to me, my lord.
So when this peace officer was writing, you got some stage in the confession, you got to a point where you were asked a lot of questions. I'm not going to bother you with that. That's another, something for another day. And then at some stage the peace officer asked you to start telling him, or him, I think it is a him, Captain A.M. Celia. Can you remember that name? Sorry, my lord. That is on the first page. I'm not sure either. I will do that. Thank you, Mark.
Somewhere in the statement, she answers to a question from the interviewer, and she answers, "Ja, mevrou."
Yeah, okay.
So from that I inferred that the captain's here must be a woman. It could be that it was written wrong, but there's an answer somewhere in this document that I saw yesterday that said, "Ja, mevrou."
Just for the sake of completeness, I'll just check with her. Ms. Lombard, the peace officer who took your statement, that interviewed you and asked you all the questions and you spoke to, was that a woman or a man?
Die tweede regter wat vir u vraag gevra het en inhoud gevolg het, was 'n manspersoon of 'n dame?
Dit was 'n vroumens geweest.
It was a lady, my lord.
Thank you.
See at page 7 of 26, there are 2 references to mevrou, 3 references to mevrou, and at some other place, there's also an answer that says, "Ja, mevrou." Thank you.
Thank you, my lord. Now, I'm not going to go through the confession that you made. What was it?
That's correct, my lord.
I just want your comments, your reaction.
Ek wil net die kommentaar hê oor u aansien.
That's correct, my lord.
How did this take place? The Captain Celia obviously asked you questions which you answered.
Hoe het dit plaasgevind? Moes kaptein Celia vir die vraag wat ons antwoord?
That's correct.
Yes.
And you understood all the questions that was asked. If you didn't, you would have made a comment and it would have been probably noted, wouldn't it?
Alle vrae wat u aan u gestel was, kan u verstaan.
Dis
geval wat is u gevra dat aan u verweten moes kom.
That's correct, my lord.
That's right.
Mr. Harmse, can we just clarify this? Because if one looks at the document, it has many parts.
Yes, it's
So part A, and there are no questions on that part, on page 1.
Yes, that's just a recording of who is present and who is doing what.
Then, first part on page 2, that's the presentation of the appointment certificate of
Yes.
the captain. So that's not a question.
No.
And then there's the recordal of her personal information.
Yes.
Because I've seen it happen before, that people get confused and the next comeback is, but you told me everything in there were answers to questions. So let's be precise. When you say about questions being asked, does that relate to the first part of the narrative that she gave the captain? Or does it relate to the additional ones that's in a question and answer form? Or does it relate to the completion of the Romeo? Let's be precise about this. And we don't have to repeat evidence, but we can be precise.
I'm just going to, my lord, I'm going to deal with the so-called corrections that were made.
The corrections.
Yeah.
So
The so-called corrections that were made.
yes.
Thank you, my lord. Ms. Lombard, have a look at page 2. One of the page 2, information is written down there which indicates your surname, Lombard, and it indicates your name, Sloventia, and then I can't make out your second name. And then it indicates your address.
That's correct, my lord. My tweede naam is, my eerste naam is Laurentia Genevieve.
Genevieve.
Genevieve, yeah, that's correct, my lord.
So, you have confirmed somewhere in this document that you didn't know this peace officer, Captain Celia, and Captain Celia didn't know you. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct, my lord.
So the information there of the personal...
Just a moment. That you did not know the captain.
Yeah, she didn't know. Yeah, I'm putting it to her that she didn't know the captain, and it is stated also that the captain didn't know her.
Yes. Yes, you may proceed.
Thank you. Can I proceed?
Yeah.
Then your name and address is written down there. Can you tell the court, how did that happen? Did the captain ask you what your name is and your address is?
Now, any addresses can be to that city. Can you know, say, the as being
That's correct, mevrouw het mevrouw, wat is mijn naam en ik heb mijn naam aan haar gegeven.
lady asked my name was, and I gave my name.
And then she also asked you for your address.
That's correct, my lord.
And you would have told her what your address is, and she would have written it down.
Say this also have several addresses, and so say the address.
That's correct, my lord.
And then it also seems that you were asked what your identity number was.
Further than to see, this was a fact that I did some of us.
Dis korrek en ek het dit vir haar gegee.
That's correct, and I gave it to her.
And if you have a look at page 2, it's in capital letters, date of birth, geboortedatum written there, and then it starts with 9/3. There's a correction that was made, and there's a signature on the left. You see that?
Jullie waren staan wordt de datum eingenomen als daar 193 daar verwezen wordt gemaakt, is dat weggesteld, maar verkeerde zijn rechter kan je niet zien.
Ik kan niet zien.
Geboortedatum,
Page 2.
dat zit twee geboortedatum.
Ja, meneer, ja, my lord, ek sien nou. Sorry.
Yes, I can see after I showed the witnesses, you can see that, my lord.
And on the left-hand side of that typing and handwritten ID number, there is a signature. Is that your signature?
Op die linkerkant van daar, jullie verwezen voor de woord weer eingenomen.
That's correct, my lord.
No, because there's an amendment that was made there.
If you look next to the word date of geboortedatum, there's a signature there.
That's correct, my lord.
Is that your signature or is that the captain's signature?
As die kaptein se naam.
It's captain's signature, my lord.
So that's the captain's signature.
Mr. Harmse, may I ask you where you're going with this?
My lord, I am going where I'm getting to. The next question is about the standard 7 and the grade 7.
Oh, now get there.
Yeah,
Why do we
getting-
have to split hairs about things that are not relevant?
Well, I submit respectfully. It's
Because if you can
significant.
tell me what the relevance is
I'm just saying
about
it's-
a mistake that's made with an ID number, then I'll allow the question.
Yes, my lord, the relevance, I submit respectfully, is that there's a signature there, but the other mistakes that have been rectified by the state with the evidence, there's nothing.
We'll get
There's
through
nothing.
because you said we're going to page 1, to page 2 for the mistakes. So let's get there because that was the standard 7 and she says, well, it's actually supposed to be grade 7, don't know.
That's my next question.
Yeah.
No. That part, when you gave your evidence here on Monday, my learned colleague for the state referred you to, that was what was written there, standard 7. And you asked if that is right or wrong.
Ik het waar gesê, maar het moet nie graad 7 wees, het moet graad 8 wees, ek merk jy dit reg.
I said she must grade 8 or grade 7.
That was not your evidence on Monday.
Sorry my lord, dis nou my fout, sorry, ek het nou verkeerd gesê, dit moet graad 7 wees, nie graad 8 nie.
It must be grade 7 or grade 8.
I'm not with you. Can you have a look at that document on page 2 at the bottom, the second part from the bottom up? It says highest qualifications, and what's written there is standard 7.
Het verstaan in de volgens is kan die focusie omdat we één staan dan onze kwalificatie daar gespecialiseerd.
That's correct, my lord.
Yes, that's correct.
And did you, how come it's there? I put it to you then, it's the written standard 7 because you told the captain that you had standard 7.
De reden waarom we standaard 7 opkomen is dat één van de kapiteins was standaard 7.
Ik het verkeerd gesê, dit moet die graad, het moet graad 7 gewees en nie graad 8 nie.
I agree daarom grade 7 was supposed to be grade 7, not grade 8.
But nobody's talking about grade 8 here.
Niemand praat van graad 8.
What's written down is standard 7.
Wat hier geskryf is standaard 7.
So standard 7 is that grade 9.
Standaard 7 sal graad 9 gewees.
That's correct, my lord.
I finished school in the 70s. So We didn't have grades then. So, what did you tell the captain?
Maar dit is die kapitein vertel.
Ik heb vir die kaptein gesê dit is graad. Ek jy gewete moet gestaan het gewees het.
I said to the captain, great, I didn't know I was supposed to say standard.
Okay, so thank you, my lord.
But did I hear correctly earlier on that this whole process was videotaped?
The state indicated that on Monday that they have a video of this.
See,
But
because
it has not been presented.
if one looks at where the content part starts, on page, let me go there. It says there was a captain, a constable George, I think, was there.
There's a mentor as well.
Mentor was the video
Yes,
operator.
yes.
And then when one gets to the contents, at some stage, they had to change the battery. It's recorded in this written statement. But if all of this is on video, why don't you just hand in the video?
I'm not in possession of the video. Well,
I know it was discovered because there was a big debate
Yes,
on
sorry,
pre-trial
yeah.
about that.
yes, I'm mistaken.
So the defense has it.
I do have the video, yes.
So don't tell me you don't have it. You have it. Because we've dealt with that at pre-trial. But if the video, if it's going to be contentious, this statement of the witness, why don't you just present the video to me? Instead of us nitpicking about things that might not
Yes.
even be relevant.
Yes, my lord.
Because you and I might know, Mr. Armse, with no reference to our age, that you might also make mistakes about grades and standards.
Yes, my lord.
Because I've indicated I finished high school in the 70s.
Yes, my lord.
So let us get to the meat of what this case is about,
Yes.
and not what the case is not about.
Yes. What your lordship is.
But if there's a video that was taken and the authenticity is not an issue, and clearly if there are trials within trials, we'll deal with it differently. But this is not that situation. Then we can clarify that. Because then you can continue, get back to the confession. You're not going to finish before lunch.
No, I know.
Then I can watch the video over lunchtime.
Yes.
Is it on a stick?
May I just mention, my lord, all our docket contents that was provided from the state is electronically. So I have a video on my laptop.
No,
I cannot share it or hand it up.
No, but if it's electronically available, then, and if we need to or put it on a stick as an exhibit 1 or whatever, we can do that.
Yeah.
But for the purpose of the evidence flowing,
Yeah.
then if the parties are in agreement, we can proceed with the cross-examination. I'll have a look at it over lunchtime.
Yeah.
And then we can get back to the confession.
Yes.
Because it'll save us a lot of time. It'll create clarity. But I will also know where I need to clarify something when questions are being asked. Now they're going to tell me it's on a CD.
I'm in agreement with your lordship, because I may just then conclude and say all the amendments that was given.
Yeah.
The main question is, how did that come about?
Because then we can
if it can
clarify.
be explained, but as your lordship.
If that will assist Mr. Harmse, then
Yeah.
we can do it that way.
Yeah.
Good. I suspect that my laptop does not have a CD drive.
None of us, none of it.
My laptop is from the same era as myself, Your Lordship. It has the CD player.
No, I normally carry a portable CD drive with me, but I didn't bring it along. Let me just hear from my registrar. Now we'll make a plan. If you can share if you have it electronically, one of you can in the meantime share it with my registrar, an electronic form.
It's being done.
Then what we'll do is we will then upload that, and if there are any other electronic issues going forward, we'll upload the videos on the same platform that we're sharing information with council on the daily recordings and so forth.
Yes, yes, Madam.
And that might assist you. Good.
I just then want to place on record, and obviously from the viewing the video, then it certainly will curtail my cross-examining her as far as this is, as to why something was written.
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
No, I understand that.
Yeah.
But thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Armstrong.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My Lord, then it is my intention then at the end of that, I will have to view that as well, that I'm going to ask that the Captain Salia be called to give evidence depending if I decided it's necessary or there's some contention issues.
But this is not a trial within a trial.
No,
so if
no.
Captain Salia doesn't get called by the state in the main case, then and Captain Salia is made available to you, then it's up to you to call the witness.
Yes.
And if neither you or the state call the witness, and I'm of the view that it's necessary, I can call that witness, but it's early days. We're not there yet.
Indeed, my Lord.
But if they don't call the witness and you want to call the witness, feel free.
Yeah.
They can make the witness available to you. Unless, of course, it's the same witness that might also feature in the trial within trials. We don't know. I don't know.
All right. Thank you, my Lord. I'll move on then. Ms. Lombard, I'm now going to go to your oral evidence, your evidence in chief that you gave on a bit on Thursday, Friday, and a bit on Monday.
That's correct, my Lord.
You gave evidence, and I would say at this stage already it's common cause, that your boyfriend, where you lived, his name is Ayanda.
That's correct, my Lord.
Confirms, my Lord?
That's how I heard the evidence the other day.
Kan u vir ons help en sê van so gestel word?
Kan ik het in Afrikaans zeggen, my Lord? As A...
Nou sy naam weet ek is Ayanda.
Ayanda,
That will be A-Y-A-N-D-A.
Litoni.
Tony.
That's correct, my Lord.
You-
As Ayanda Litoni.
Weet jy hoe om het te spel?
Nou, spell it out.
As L-O... As L-O-N-T-N-E-O.
Tony. L-O-N-T-O-N-I.
Ons noem het Litoni, maar dan noemen we het een ander soort.
We pronounce it in Tony. But they pronounce it differently, my lord.
As E-L-E. T-O-N-E.
T-O-N-I.
Lentoni.
Tony.
Thank you, my lord.
So now we have it.
Thank you, Ms.
I
Lobot.
don't think I saw it on the witness, saw his name on the witness list. Yes, you may.
Thank you, my lord. Do you know his age? Are you sure of his age? Has
Weet
he-
u wat sy ouderdom is? Is hy seker van sy ouderdom?
Ek is nog nie seker van sy ouderdom nie.
I'm not sure about his age.
Okay. And you met him, your evidence led you met him here in Saldanha when you moved here.
Volgens getuienis het u hom ontmoet hier in Saldanha toe hy hierheen getrek het.
That's correct, my lord.
Correct, my lord?
Can you tell the court at this time, and I'll go back as well, but at this point in time, March 2025, is Ayanda still in the area in Saldanha?
Kan u vir hof sê hierdie tyd, Maart jaar 2025, is Ayanda nog in die area van Saldanha?
Nee, my lord.
No.
And do you know when he moved away?
Weet u wanneer hy toe weg getrek het?
As ek mag vra, my lord, is het nodig dat ek kan mag sê wat ek aan dit is?
That's not the question.
Yeah.
The
Okay.
question was, do you know when he moved away?
Weet u wanneer hy toe weg is?
You don't have to be concerned about that. I was waiting for that question to potentially ask because I would then first clear up things.
Okay.
But now I know you have a concern.
Okay, my lord.
The only question is, do you know when he moved away?
Weet u wanneer hy toe weg is?
Soos ek kan onthou, ek weet nou nie die presiese wat die dag, die datum nie, maar ek weet het was in Maart maand gewees, laas jaar.
I'm not sure about the date, my lord, but it was in March last year.
And March last year means March 2024.
For
So, and just for sake of completeness, did you remain in that house that you were staying in with him?
Toe hy toe weg is, het hy gebly en hy wat hier toe gebly het?
nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
Can I just maybe get a timeline?
Yeah.
We know that you were in custody on the 15th of March of last year.
Is dat die hele saak dat een aan haar erfenis was in Maart van verlede jaar?
That's correct, my lord.
And how I know that is because I look at the date on the confession.
Dit weet die hof aangesien die hof nog gekyk het op die datum van die bekentenis.
So when were you arrested?
Wanneer was u gearresteer?
Soos ek kan onthou, dit was hy Woensdag gewees, ek weet nie wat die datum nie, maar ek weet dit was 'n Woensdag wat kaptein Lombard vir my kom haal het.
I don't remember the date, my lord, but I remember it was a Wednesday and Captain Lombard came to fetch me.
Can you remember how long? We know there was a Wednesday the 6th. The next Wednesday would have been the 13th. That means this confession was taken on the Friday, the 15th.
Gemene saak dat die eerste woensdag sou wees die 6de, tweede sou wees die 13de wees so u kennis van geneem het die 15de die Vrydag.
That's correct, my lord.
So if you work your way back from the confession, was it that Wednesday just before the Friday, or was it the previous Wednesday?
As ons nou terugwerk, is dit die woensdag voor die Vrydag of die vorige Woensdag?
Dit was nog ik weet nog niet onzeker, ik is nog onzeker, ik weet nog niet wat die vorige vrijdag zijn woensdag geweest of het die next week zijn woensdag geweest het.
But when you were arrested, was Ayanda still here?
Toe ek gearresteer was, is Ayanda nog hier so.
Ayanda was niet in Salana Bay geweest,
So
my
is hy
lord.
al
Hy was
weg?
not in Saldanha Bay.
He had left already.
Was hy weggegaan.
That's correct, my lord.
So we at least know he would have left either before the 6th or before the 13th of March.
Thank you, my lord. Thank you.
Yes, I'm with you. I'm with you.
Now, the evidence leads that the police went to your Nayanda's house or shortly on that day or the next day, I can't recall now, after the missing person, when Joshlin was now reported missing, the police came to your house. You remember that?
Getuienis is voor ons afgelei dat die polisie is na U en Ayanda se huis. Kortliks nadat Joshlin toe gerapporteer word wat as die vermissing kan hulle onthou.
That's correct, my lord.
And Ayanda was there that day.
En Ayanda was by deze geweest.
That's correct, my lord.
Now, can you recall what was Ayanda's reaction when the police came there? Did he speak to you, Mike? Did he look, sound, or express any annoyance or irritation or anger about the police coming there?
Kan u vir hom sê wat Ayanda's reaksie was? Het u enige ongenoegheid daaroor gepraat dat u ongelukkig was dat die polisie na sy toe gekom het?
Hij was ongelukkig geweest, hoekom ek so sê, omdat hy het vir Kelly gevra, hoekom bring hulle die polisie na ons huis toe?
He was unhappy, my lord, because the reason to me saying that, he asked Kelly as to why he bring the police to my house.
You can't give any, or can you give any comment or say anything about why you would have been annoyed or cross?
Ik kan niet zeggen waarom hij kwaad of ongelukkig was. Ik kan niet commentaar wat ik wil geven.
Hij was, ik kan zeggen, hij was kwaad vir Kelly omdat die polisie haar gekom het by ons huis.
From what I could see, my lord, he was angry and upset with Kelly because of Kelly bringing the police to the house.
But you can't tell the court, you had no idea why he was annoyed because the police came there.
He was hier waarom hij ongelukkig of kwaad was. Die polisie af die aankomen.
Soos ek sê, toes die polisie kom saam met Kelly, dis die rede hoekom hy vir Kelly gevra het, hoekom bring Kelly die polisie na ons huis toe.
The reason for me giving that, my lord, is that because he asked Kelly as to why he bring the police to my house.
En toe het Kelly gevra vir Ayanda, waar is Reen? Toe het Ayanda gesê, hier is Reen, sy binnekant in die huis in.
That's when Kelly asked from Ayanda where Rent was. And then Ayanda said the Rent is inside the house.
En ek kom toe uit,
That's when I came out.
en ek sê toe vir Kelly, hoekom sê hulle vir die... Okay, sorry my lord.
We're not going to repeat the evidence constantly.
Ons gaan nie die betekenis elke keer nie.
Ms. Lombard,
Thank you, my lord.
just listen to the question
Jy moet net luister na die vraag van Lombard.
and only answer the
Okay my
question.
lord.
Jy moet net antwoord wat die vraag is, mevrou.
That's correct my lord.
Please.
Okay.
Thank you, my lord.
Thank you, Mr. Harmsen.
We heard the evidence about you having said, you gave that evidence having said
No,
that
that
you
same
spoke to the
portion
police.
was given a couple of times. already.
Yes, another time, yes. What I want to also know from you, Ms. Lombard, is have you seen or were you aware of Joshlin? In other words, what I'm trying to ask you, did Ayanda and Joshlin know each other? Were they familiar with each other?
But if one people from here was that Joshlin and Ayanda Makam came as the assistant Joshlin and Ayanda.
Nee, my lord. Ayanda het geweet dit is Kelly se kind.
Ayanda knew it was Kelly's daughter, child.
I understand that, but in your evidence from time to time it emerged that you said that Joshlin went with you to your house. That's where Ayanda lives.
Maria says no one done it because Joshlin was not here. He's too. Because Ayanda was not.
That's correct. En dis hoe Ayanda vir Joshlin leer ken het.
That's correct. That's how Ayanda learned to know Joshlin, Lord.
So Joshlin and Ayanda got to know each other from sea there and visiting.
And van gesinte maar dit was ook kuier.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct.
It is, I don't even know, I have to ask you this question, I'm just going to confirm it. The Ayanda car wash, that when he left, obviously the car wash was gone as well. Nobody else took it over.
Twee weg is, Ayanda weg is. As aan die einde van die car wash, of wie dit word geneem.
Soos ek verstaan het Ayanda net so die kawas net so los en ek kan nie sê of waar iemand na die kawas kyk nie.
From what I understood, my lord, Ayanda left the car wash as easy. I don't remember know of anyone taking over the car wash.
In your evidence also, you referred to initially that Ayanda was selling drugs from his house where you were living. Is that correct? Do you remember that?
Gedurende die tyd is dit gesê Ayanda dwelms van sy self op na die benou.
That's correct, my lord.
That's right.
And as I understood your evidence, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, but as I understood your evidence, that was the situation when you first started living with Ayanda, when you moved in with Ayanda in the beginning.
Dit was geleentheid toe iemand gaan leer, maar dit ook nog gaan leer van die eerste instansie.
That's correct, my lord.
And then your evidence further on said that he stopped selling drugs from his house. Is that correct?
Hy het verder gesê ophou om dwelms van sy te verkoop.
That's correct, my lord.
Can you tell the court more or less when did he stop? Can you tell the court? Did you know or do you know?
Kan die verloop sê min of meer wanneer hy ophou het? Weet jy of weet jy?
Ik kan niet specifiek zeggen wat die datum van die dag wat hij begint stoppen, maar ik weet dat hij gestopt. En ik heb voor hem gezegd, hij moet los die verkopen van die drugs.
I don't recall as to what day he specifically stopped to selling the drugs, but I know that he stopped because I said he must stop selling drugs.
You recall the year?
Dat is die jaar no.
Daar was 2023 geweest, my lord.
2022, 2023, my lord.
Thank you. Thank you, my lord. So you're saying to us that you told Ayanda to stop selling the drugs from home.
He said, if I am gesê moet opbom, wilms van die self te verkoop.
That's correct, my lord.
Right?
What I find strange, and I'm not saying you're lying, I'm not saying that you're not truthful, I'm just want you to explain, is your evidence led that when you came here to Saldanha and when you got involved with Ayanda, or it is because or during the time or before when you came to Saldanha, you started using drugs.
But it's not so the same if that you married of you. Maar wat vreemd is dat in soldaat aangekomen zijn containers, het heeft begin wermsgebruik.
That's correct, my lord.
So all I want you to maybe just shed some light on is you had become a drug user. Why did you ask him to stop selling drugs from his house?
Want Ayanda is een drinker en soos die geld soos ons ook op die drugs, het Ayanda meeste van die geld uitgedrink, gevat en uitgedrink.
Ayanda was a person who was drinking, and as we will be selling drugs, he will take the money and bring that money out.
Dat is hoekom ek vir hom gesê het, hy moet maar los die drugs verkopery.
That's when I suggested to him to stop selling the drugs.
But that, forgive me, but that doesn't make sense to me. If he sells drugs and he gets money and he uses it to buy liquor, if he gets money from the car wash, wouldn't he then also buy with that money liquor?
Het maakt niet zin voor mij niet van. Hij zou heel geld krijgen van de dwelm, smokkelarij. Dan ga je dat niet gebruiken om drank te kopen. In de car wash heb je drank gekocht met de geld dat je daar gemaakt hebt.
Hy het van Kawas geld die drank gekoop, maar het is depend of Kawas elke dag werk, is depend of Kawas elke dag iets inbring.
He was using the money at Kawash to buy liquor, but it depends, as what it says. If Kawash will make money every day, will they money from Kawash every day?
But if he doesn't get money from the car wash every day, and he doesn't get money from selling drugs, you've got no money.
Als hij bijvoorbeeld geld gemaakt had met Kawash elke dag en opbouwt aan drugsverkoop, wermsverkoop, dan heb je geld.
Soos ek verstaan, soos ek het saam rondgebly.
I was residing, staying with him.
Kawas is nie elke dag besig nie.
Kawash is not busy every day.
So if the car wash is not busy, and he wasn't selling drugs anymore, where did he get money from?
As die Kawash nie elke dag bezig was nie, het opbouwt wermsverkoop, basel hier geld van aankrijg.
Dan het hy sy scripts by mekaar gemaak en sy scripts ingegee en dan het hy geld gekry.
Kan jy weer herhaal, ek sê wat?
Sy scripts, het 'n scrapyard ook.
He had a scrapyard, my lord. He would collect scraps together and sell that.
So he would collect scrap metal and then go and sell it, and that's where he got money from.
Hij zal die scrap in elkaar maken, dan gaat hij het verkopen, dus vandaar hij de geld zo krijgt.
That's correct, my lord.
Confirms?
Your evidence also led that accused one used to go and help Ayanda at the car wash.
Was het niet getuigenis wat toen je gezegd hebt dat beschuldigd nummer 1 zo Ayanda geholpen bij de car wash?
That's correct, my lord.
And you said it was only 1 or 2 days.
Die heeft gezegd dat het tussen 1 of 2 dagen.
That's correct, my lord.
I assume that was in a week or in a month. You said only 1 or 2 to help.
Aanneem dat het gedurende de week is, maar ik gezegd dat het een dag of 2.
That's correct, my lord, in a week.
During the week, my lord.
So is that 1 or 2 days per week?
As een dag, 2 dae in 'n week, my lord.
It's 1 or 2 days in a week, my lord.
Do you have any idea how much he paid accused one, Mr. Apollos?
Het nie enige idee hoeveel sou hy van meneer Apollos betaal. Skuldig nommer 1.
Ek kan nie presies sê hoeveel hy verdien nie by 1 of 2 dae nie, want dit depend hoeveel karre hy per dag werk. Of hulle 2 saamwerk of hulle 1 saamwerk.
I won't be able to give you an exact amount you will get. It depends from how many cars you will be working on the day.
En as hulle 2
1 or 2 cars,
En as hulle 2 man werk, dan word die geld gedeel tussen die 2 persone.
When the 2 men working, the money will be shared up between these 2 people.
I understand you correctly now that if the 1 or 2 days that Mr. Apollo would go there and help, would Yanda share the money with Mr. Apollo?
Verstaan ek in mooi, maar jy sou sê, as hulle die polis bijvoorbeeld, ja, dat sou gaan hulle die car wash, dan sou hulle die geld deel.
Ayanda sal vir hom die sy geld vir hom gee.
Ayanda would give him his money.
Now, your evidence also led that your drug use, you use drugs. So I want to just ask you,
Hier gedeeld is ook geweest dat hy wellness gebruik.
That's correct, my lord.
is it possible for you to say how many times a day, and if it was every day, how many times, how regularly you used drugs? And when I say drugs, you smoke mandrax, you said, and you said you did tik.
Is dit moontlik om vir u te sê hoeveel keer u sou hierdie wellness gebruik per dag? As ek kan sê, maar iets wat opgesê, u gebruik mandrax en tik.
That's correct, my lord. Soos ek drugs rook,
As I was smoking drugs,
rook ek 2-3 keer 'n dag drugs.
2-3 times a day I was smoking drugs.
And your evidence was then that how you met Apollo, Mr. Apollos and Ms. Smith, Kelly Smith.
U het gedeeld was geprobeer hier toe kom in Apollos en Kelly Smith te ontmoet.
That's correct, my lord.
Confirms, my lord?
Now, in your evidence, when you were asked by the state how regularly, or no, my learned colleague for the state asked you the drugs used, did this happen regularly? And you said yes. Now you said to me, you said to the court that you used it about 2 to 3 times a day.
Vooral was dit aan gevraagd deur die staatsprokureur of u gereeld wellness gebruik. En my vraag het u nog gesê u gebruik hierdie wellness 2 keer tot 3 keer per dag.
Ik rook drugs. Ik rook 2 keer, 3 keer drugs als Ayanda voor mij geld geeft.
I'll smoke 2-3 times when Ayanda gives me money. If Ayanda gives me money,
Dan rook ik een night als Ayanda voor mij geld en ik vraag voor hem.
I would smoke in that period when Ayanda gives me money.
And
I ask him.
En daarna rook ik 2-3 dagen maar gereeld. Rook ik een week ook drugs.
Then I would smoke 2 to 3 times a day. But now and then it will be within a week smoking drugs.
But what I'm getting to is when you were asked how regularly by the state, then your answer or your evidence said that they also came to my house, and you were referring to Kelly and Ms. Smith and Mr. Apollo. Your evidence, if I understood you correctly, you said they also came to your house to smoke drugs.
En u was 'n vrou gereeld. U het toe gesê dat de Apollos, stel nummer 1, en mevrou Smith, stel nummer 3, na u is gekomen.
Kan u roep mij weer?
Can you repeat that again?
He asks you to repeat the question. I'm just checking.
Yes. My lord, if I may,
I'm checking the evidence. Yeah.
the notes that I made was that how regularly would you go there to smoke there? In other words, at Kelly and Butta's house? The answer was, and would they also come to you? The answer was, Ayanda was very strict we were not allowed to smoke at my house. But if I have my own tik, then I will smoke at my house. He knows that I smoke.
Yes, Mr. Harmse, my note says the following.
Yes.
She said, we never smoked at my house. Ayanda was very strict. If I had my own tik and lolly, I would smoke inside the house.
My lord, my note says they also came to my house and Ayanda was very strict.
No. In fact, I made a specific note of it.
I've also written it down, my lord.
That reads, we never smoke at my house.
I'll have to check the record then, my lord, because I wrote down here they also came to my house.
If you doubt what my notes,
I'll have a look.
how I recorded my notes, feel free.
Yes.
You get the daily recordings to check.
Yes.
And if I'm wrong, you can show me on the record. But that's my note. And coincidentally, the prosecutor has a similar note. So both of us would have heard wrong. But we're only human.
Yes.
And I'm the first one to admit that I can make mistakes.
Certainly not.
In how I note things down. But you would have seen that I immediately went back to my notes when you said it. Because that's also how I recalled it independently from my notes.
Yeah. Thank you, my lord. Yes.
Together they would not smoke at her house. She would smoke at her house, and mostly at the times when Ayanda would actually give her, because he knew she smoked there. So she would go to their places.
Yeah. Her evidence was if she had her own lolly.
If she had her own lolly. She had her own lolly and her own tik.
Then she would go and smoke at Mr. Pollis and Smith's house.
You want me to go back there now? Right. It was paragraph 13.
Sorry, my lord, yes, I'm mistaken. I see my note says, if I had my own lolly, I would smoke there at the house, and I assumed that was Ayanda's house.
I read it to you earlier. It was paragraph 13 of the evidence, where she said, if I had my own tik and lolly, I would smoke inside my house.
Yes, yeah, I've got something similar to that. Thank you, my lord.
But you've got some homework, you can go and listen to the recordings. And then you can tell me in the morning.
Sorry, my lord, your lordship saying?
You can do your homework tonight and go listen to the recordings. And you can tell me if my notes are wrong. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, my lord.
Mr. Harmse, it's 1:45.
Yes, my lord. Maybe it's an opportune time to break. I'm going to start with...
No, I can see that you've thrown a bit now, right? Because you were planning in a particular way. Why don't we take the lunch and adjournment now at 1:45? We start at 1:45. Also give us a longer session in the afternoon to 3 o'clock.
Yes.
And then I will attempt to also watch the video. I'm not going to go to the contents of the confession for now. I'm going to try and fast forward to the places where I can see on my exhibit I need to look at. But the whole introduction I'll have a look at. Otherwise, it might take longer than an hour. No, I'm talking about the confession.
Yes, I'm talking about the confession as well.
Because they started at, seems to me they started at 16:15, and the battery ran out at 17:40. So that would have given you, the first part would have been an hour and 25 minutes. And thereafter, it ran again from 1800 hours. Yeah, so it's at least 2 to 2.5 hours. Thank you. We'll resume at 1:45.
Thank you, Malo.
13:45. Court adjourned.
Your evidence led that you on Sunday morning you got up, you did homework and you made food for your kids in Ayanda.
Hier gedeeld is geweest. Die zondagochtend het opgestaan. Je hebt iets werk gedaan. En twee keer kost voorbereid voor de kinders in Ayanda.
That's correct, my lord.
Now, in your evidence in chief, you didn't tell the court if I have it correctly, and his lordship or anybody else can correct me if it's wrong, but my notes don't indicate that you said what time it was that you got up. Can you tell the court?
En mijn moeder wil ik voorkomen hoe laat is zo gezegd het is opgestaan. Als die moeder wil opzeggen hoe laat is zo opgestaan.
Dat was omtrent naar 8. Na 7 o'clock was het geweest dat ik opgestaan.
It was about 7 o'clock when I got up.
I'm sure the witness said 7:30.
Yes, she said, and then she said, 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock, okay.
Yes.
So your evidence?
She started out by saying 7:30 and then she corrected herself to 7 o'clock.
Thank you, Manolo. So if you think back now, you're pretty sure that you got up at about 7 o'clock.
That's correct, my lord.
Now, why do you remember 7 o'clock? Do you always get up on Sunday morning at 7 o'clock or around about that 7 o'clock?
That's correct, my lord.
And as I have your evidence, you said you did some homework.
That's correct. Ik heb gemeen, die hij schoongemaakt en komt bij schoon.
Cleaning the house. That's what I was meaning.
And then you made food for your kids, is that correct?
Kost is voorbereid voor de kinders.
In Vajanda.
En voor Ayanda.
You said then you went to Ayanda.
After that, another season in Ayanda.
That's correct, my lord.
Yeah.
So, are you able to say what time, well, let me start there. And when you got up at 7 o'clock, had Ayanda already left to the car wash or somewhere else?
Toen ik zo weer opstaan, was Ayanda nog in de omgeving, was op de car wash, was iemand anders.
Ayanda was nog aan het huis geweest. Hij was prepared om van recht te maken voor die werk.
He was still at home, preparing to go to work.
And did you always go to the car wash on Sundays as well?
Hij heeft ook gewoonlijk zondag naar de car wash gegaan.
That's correct, my lord.
So then you made food for your kids and Ayanda and you took it to him. Can you recall, I mean, how long did it take you to make the food? I presume then Ayanda had by then already left to go to the car wash.
Hij heeft de kost gemaakt voor de kinders en voor Ayanda. Nadat hij de kost neemt naar Ayanda. Ik zal aanvaarden, toen hij de kost klaar was, was Ayanda daar weg geweest. Hoe lang zal het gaan nemen om de kost te maken?
Ayanda was op reis geweest. Ayanda is al 8 als Ayanda car was toe.
Ayanda went after 7 to the car wash. He was still at home, but he left for the car wash after 7.
How long would it take you to prepare the food?
Hoe lang zal het nemen om de kost te maken?
Zeg maar, dat was half uur geweest.
Meestal in half een hour.
Thank you, my lord. Now, are you able to say what time you went to Ayanda then?
Kan u zeggen hoe laat is het toen naar Ayanda toe?
Ik was omtrent zo 7:15 ik geloof van huis af. 8 uur toen ik bij Ayanda bij car was.
About 7:45 I left the house. At about 8 o'clock I was at Ayanda at car wash.
And your evidence led then further that then you came back to your house.
U het toe verder gesê, as toe terug na my huis toe.
That's correct, my Lord.
Your evidence then said as well, and I assume that you made a mistake, but you can comment on that. Then you said there was no food for the kids, only for Ayanda.
Het gesê ons verder gewees, daar was ons vir die kinders uit vir Ayanda. Hier kan hy reg maak as ek 'n fout maak, voorkom ons op dit geteken.
That's correct, my Lord. There was not kos geweest vir Ayanda, was nie kos geweest vir die kinders nie.
There was only food for Ayanda, no food for the kids.
But you now confirm to this court, as you did in your evidence in chief, that you first made food for the kids.
Maar u het wel gesê in die hoof van kennis, u het eers kos gemaak vir die kinders.
Ek het verkeerd gepraat, my Lord. Dat is my probleem geweest. My fout geweest.
So you talked wrong now.
Dat u nog verkeerd.
That's correct, my Lord. Was my fault geweest.
It was my fault, my Lord.
So what is the correct position?
Wat is die regte besluit?
De rechte besluit is, my Lord, is ek het kos gemaakt van Ayanda. Daar was nie kos genoeg, was er genoeg kos vir die kinders ook geweest. Want ek het min kos gehad ek het min kos gehad om genoeg kos te kan maak vir die kinders ook en vir my. Daar was net kos geweest van Ayanda.
There was not enough food for me to prepare for myself and the kids, my Lord. There was enough food for me to for Ayanda.
When you take food to Ayanda at the car wash, do you spend some time there with him? Do you wait for him to finish eating?
Toe u nou na Ayanda was om die kos weg te vat, het u daar gebly tot hy klaar geëet het of hy van dit jaar vertoef?
Ek het nog 'n tyd daar gebly by car wash.
I remained for a period at the car wash, my Lord.
Are you able to say then how long you stayed there? You said a tyd gebly, how long you stayed there? Or are you able to say what time you got back to your house?
Kan u moet vir u opsê hoe lank u daar was en hoe laat is u toe terug na u huis toe?
Dat was 9 o'clock geweest.
It was 9 o'clock.
So what you're saying, you were, after leaving the car wash, you walked back to your house, and when you got to your house, it's 9 o'clock.
Van die car wash af na huis toe, toe u by u huis aankom was het om 9 uur.
That's correct, my Lord.
Your evidence went further, that you took your children and then went to, your words were, Kelly's house.
Die getuienis was toe verder. U het toe die kinders gevat en toe het u toe na Kelly se huis toe.
That's correct, my Lord.
Is reg so? Is correct?
Did you have to first prepare your kids, wash them, dress them, or have you done that before?
Moes u eers die kinders reg kry voordat hulle was of het u dit tevore gedoen?
Toe opstaan, doe ek vir hulle eers change hulle neppies.
When I got out of bed, I first changed the nappies.
En voor ik naar Kelly zei, want ik weet veel dat zijn zijn neppie.
Before
En kan ik weer aangetrek.
I changed the nappies again and they were dressed in other clothes.
So if just something on the side now, through your evidence you constantly spoke of Kelly. You knew accused 3 as Kelly. Is that correct?
Van Kelly. He came as number 3 as Kelly.
That's correct, my Lord.
So when you speak to somebody about accused 3, you would refer to Kelly. When you speak to Kelly and you want to address her on her name, you would say Kelly.
As die before we come to number 3 met iemand praat, sal hy sê iets as na verwys scale. En as jy met haar praat, praat die scale.
That's correct, my lord.
That's right.
Now, I know your evidence in chief, you refer to your children, and at one stage you mentioned that your children were 2 and 3 years old, but I think later on not rectified, but you referred to at that stage. So my question, my lord, is at that stage in February 2024, how old were your kids?
It was 1 and 2 years old geweest, my lord.
They were 1 and 2 years old, my lord. 2 years old, my lord.
Now, did you carry your children? They didn't walk. The 1-year-old wouldn't be walking, and the 2-year-old, did you carry her or did she walk?
The
2 jaar in het gestap en in 1 jaar ook het nog geen gestap.
The 2-year-old were walking, except for the 1-year-old who was not walking as yet.
I just want to get the question precise. When you went to Kelly's house, were any of the kids walking or were they being carried? Because, just a moment before you answer, I understood the answer not to be an answer to the question because the question was vague. Because the answer was that the one could walk and the other one couldn't walk yet. That's why I clarified it. So the question would be, when you went to Kelly's house, were any of the kids walking or were you carrying them both?
I carried them both, my lord.
1 voor en 1 achter.
One in front, one at the back.
Thank you, Maro. And what time, can you tell the court, what time did you then get to Kelly's house?
I think for the officer, would I be Kelly's is home? Aangekomen.
Ik weet niet wat de tijd was, het gebeurt. Ik weet Kelly is aangekomen, die wanneer ik die was gehad,
I don't know what time I reached Kelly's house because I didn't have a watch at that stage.
En ook die was bij de huis.
And also not a watch at home.
But if you don't have a watch at home, how did you know that it was 7:30 that you got up, 8:45 that you went to Ayanda's place, 8 o'clock that you got there?
As in a watch by you is harder. Hoe kon u uitmaak dat u bij 7 uur opgestaan het, 7:15 gezien naar Ayanda toe?
Die werkers wat Vajanda gehelp het tijd gehad. Dat ik weet hoe laat was het geweest, want hij net voor een vrouw laten zitten.
The people assisting Ayanda had time. That's how I know, because Ayanda asked them what the time was and then they gave him.
But that worker for Yanda, wasn't that your house?
Maar die werker was er iets geweest.
You said the worker at the Yanda's work, at the car wash, he had a way of telling the time, and what I'm putting to, and so you're telling the court that's how you knew it was 8 o'clock and what time you left there. I'm asking you, when you were at home and you said you woke up at 7:30, you said you didn't have a watch. The worker for Yanda, wasn't that your house, was he?
She never spoke about the worker, singular. She used the term workers, plural.
Plural.
And she never spoke about a watch with the workers. She said they had time. So I've been cautioning about being precise with a witness. Let us be precise. If it's one person or were there more persons, etc. Some people don't even nowadays refer to a watch for time. They might find it from a cell phone or a smartphone. So, can you please rephrase the question and be precise?
Thank you, my lord. I'll do that. I heard werker is plural, but I'll confirm.
I heard workers, plural, and that they had time.
Thank you, my lord.
That's what I heard.
Thank you, my lord.
And I'm listening to the interpreter. I'm also listening to the Afrikaans, but the record that I have to rely on
is the English.
That's the record in English, that's the language.
Thank you, my lord.
Record. If there's any major discrepancy, I would bring the interpreter's attention to it, that I understood it differently. And if counsel believe that the interpretation is incorrect, then let's correct it right there and then, so that we don't have misunderstandings afterwards.
Thank you, my lord.
You will understand that the importance of this witness cuts both ways. A, the witness seemed to, on the face of it, implicate the accused. Secondly, I have to decide at the end of the case whether I should grant this witness indemnity or not. So, I want to be sure that what I hear and what I note is precise. I don't want to make mistakes. Or at least I want to limit the possibility of me making mistakes as far as I can.
Thank you, my lord. Can the interpreter just interpret that to her now?
So, let me clarify it. I'm going to take you back, and then we're going to get to when you went to Ayanda and then with the workers. When you got up in the morning, you told us it was about 7 o'clock. If you didn't have a watch, nor a watch at home, how did you estimate the time?
Dus ik gezegd, Ayanda sa werken wat voor mij jaar bij Kawas het gekomen. Toen Ayanda voor de vrouwelijke vrouw laten zet. Toen hij gezegd het is 7 o'clock. Dat is ik weet dat het 7 o'clock geweest.
I said, my lord, the workers assisting Ayanda came there, and then Ayanda asked from them what the time it is. That's when they said it was 7 o'clock. That's how I became to know it was 7 o'clock.
Did they leave with Ayanda to the car wash? Or
Assalam
did they
met Ayanda
leave on
met
their
car
own?
wash?
Hoe zei my lord?
The workers, did they leave with Ayanda when he went to the car wash, or did Ayanda leave on his own?
Assalam met Ayanda the car wash, of course, as Ayanda the car wash.
Hulle is son Ayanda Kawas toe Ayanda was op reis geweest.
They went to the car wash alone. Ayanda was still at home.
Hulle die Kawas toe stawas voorvat.
They took the car wash equipment, the tools to the car wash.
Then you told us Ayanda left around 7:30.
Hy het toe gesê Ayanda 2 days verlaat so by 8:30.
That's correct, my lord.
How did you guess that time?
Hoe kon u hierdie tyd skat?
Want hulle het weer teruggekom van Kawas af, toe kom hulle weer terug, die ander goed kom al die Kawas, toe Ayanda weer vir 'n vrou laat, toe hulle sal alles inval tyd.
Because they came back to come fetch other tools and equipment and load. That's when Ayanda asked them again what time it was, and then they said it was after 7. It was time to start working.
Did Ayanda then leave with them to the car wash?
Is Ayanda toe weg met hulle na die car wash.
That's correct, my lord.
So now they have left. You are now going to prepare the food.
Hulle is toe weg. Die gaan nou begin om die kos reg te maak.
That's correct, my lord.
And you told us the preparation of the food would have taken about half an hour.
U het toe gesê om kos te maak sou u 1/2 uur neem.
That's correct, my lord.
But you also told us that you left at approximately 7:45
Maar u het
to
ook
go to
gesê
the car wash.
u het die huis verlaat so by 7:15.
That's correct, my lord.
Can you explain those times?
Kan u hierdie tyd dan verduidelik?
Tijden wat ik gelopen het van huis af, dat ik bij afleiding zou maken, dat is nou tijden dat ik gelopen het van huis af, my lord.
The time when I left the house, my lord, that was my own assumption about the time that I left my house.
Right, Mr. Aramse. So now she gets to people with time again.
Thank you, my lord. I just want to still clarify.
Yeah,
When you
can
say,
clarify.
sorry, my lord. We're not talking about workers. There's a plural. There's more than one worker for Ayanda. Was it 2 or 3 or 4?
As u praat van werkers, is dit minus eer in die meervoud. Was dit 1, 2, 3 of 4 of meer?
Dat was net twee bewakers, twee werkers geweest.
2 workers, my lord.
And if I understand you correctly, they came to Ayanda's house, to your house. They went to work and they came back, and then Ayanda went back with them again to car wash.
U het gesê dat was by huis gewees, hulle is toe car wash toe. Hulle kom weer terug, toe is Ayanda toe met hulle car wash toe.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct?
Thank you. So that's how you knew that you left the car wash to go back home. Or let me rephrase that. You were at Ayanda's car wash. You said you got there at 8 o'clock.
U was by Ayanda's car wash. U sê die car wash verlaat so by 8 uur.
That's correct, my lord.
And you spent some time there.
U daar aangekom by 8 uur, so het 'n tyd daar vertoef.
That's correct, my lord.
Did you look or ask anybody what the time was when you left to go back home?
Toe u nou toe huis toe gaan, het u vir enige persoon gevra hoe laat die tyd sou wees?
That's correct, my lord.
And what was that time?
Wat was die tyd gewees?
Dat was 8:15 geweest. 8:15 was het geweest van hij van Kawas afgelopen, my lord. 4:15.
Quarter past 8, my lord.
Right. So when you got to Kelly's house, you had no way of telling what time it was.
Toe u by Kelly se huis kom, het u geen manier gehad om te sê of uit te vind of om te sê hoe laat dit was nie.
That's correct, my lord.
Then your evidence went further, and as you walked past the rocks and you went to Kelly's house, and then your evidence led that you saw something, that I'm going to put it to you. You said to this court, on your way to Kelly's house, you saw and I wrote it down, you saw a speerder bakkie.
U sê toe verder, toe u na Kelly se huis toe op pad was, het u toe 'n speurderbakkie gesien.
That's correct. Maar die tyd wat ek by Kelly's huis aankom toe hoor die gesprek,
When I arrived at Kelly's house, then I heard I heard the conversation.
I'm not there yet. I'm not just wait. I'm
Toe daar
asking
nie.
you.
okay, so my lord.
You still walking to Kelly's house and
Jy
you're
is stap
carrying
op na
both your
Kelly's huis
children.
toe, Waar u beide die kinders gedraai het.
That's correct, my lord.
And you recall giving evidence and say you saw a bakkie, and then you refer to it as a speerder bakkie.
Kan u onthou dat u melding gemaak het van 'n bakkie, waar u so gesê het dis 'n speurder bakkie.
That's correct, my lord.
So what I want to ask you is, can you recall what this bakkie looked like? Color? Was it plain bakkie? Did it have colors on, different colors? Can you recall what?
Wat ek vir u wil vra oor die bakkie was dit meer een kleur. Wat kan u op dat dan beskryf?
Dit was 'n wit bakkie geweest.
White bakkie.
En bo die bakkie was sulke goed wat oorgekom, ek weet nou nie hoe bedoel, hoe kan ek nou sê dat nie met dit nie.
On top of the bakkie, the witness contest demonstrates with the head to the back, the staff on top of the bakkie.
Let's get a better description. Did the bakkie have a canopy?
Het die bakkie 'n kap aangat?
Nee, my lord.
So the things that you described that were going to the back, was that on the front part of the bakkie or on the bin part of the bakkie? In other words,
Hierdie
back
goede
side of the bakkie.
goedere wat u nou aan jou beskryf, was dit aan die voorkant van die bakkie of aan die agterkant van die bakkie?
Dit was agter die bakkie was daar goed agter en bo op die dak was daar ook sulke goed bo op gewees, my lord.
Kan u weer herhaal?
Agter die bakkie was daar bly amper soos 'n kring op die bakkie agter en bo op die bakkie se dak was daar ook 'n sulke na pypie wat dit is, maar dit was so gewees, my lord.
At the back of the bakkie, the witness demonstrates there was something, and then at the front as well, like something like pipes.
Want dit is die eerste keer wat ek so 'n bakkie gesien het, dit is nie van wie dit is om ek my eie afdelingsbakkie, dit is eerder bakkie.
It was not the first time for me to see such a bakkie. That's why I make the assumption that it is a detective's bakkie.
Ms. Lombard, just listen to the question and just answer the question.
Kan u luister naar de vraag en de vraag antwoord alsjeblieft.
Okay, my lord.
I'm still busy. So, what color was the structure that was on the back of the bakkie?
Die structuur achter die bakkie, wat kleur was het geweest?
Dit was wat gewees, my lord.
Was white, my lord.
And the stuff that you describe as if it was made out of pipes, was that also at the back or was it on the front part of the bakkie?
Die structuur wat u beskryf het as pype, was het in de achterkant van de bakkie of waar?
Dit was aan die agterkant van die bakkie gewees, my lord.
At the back of the bakkie, my lord.
And what color was that?
Wat was hulle kleur, wat was hulle kleur geweest?
Dit was silver gewees, my lord.
It was like silver, my lord.
And then the question that was actually asked of you, but there were 5 different components to the question, blended into one. Was it only white or did the bakkie have another color?
Was hierdie bakkie net wit geweest of was daar ander kleur aan die bakkie?
Daar was 'n ander kleur ook aan die bakkie gewees, my lord.
There was another color on the bakkie, my lord.
And what color was that?
Wat de kleur was dit geweest?
Dit was 'n silver kleur gewees, my lord.
It was a silver color.
And where on the bakkie was that visible?
Waar op hierdie bakkie sou dit kon gesien word?
Aan die agterkant, my lord.
At the back, my lord.
Yes, Mr. Harmson. Is there any relevance to this type of questioning about the bakkie? Because remember what she said further, how she determined that it was in fact a bakkie used by detectives, because they were there to come and inquire about the chicken theft.
on Stephanus's farm.
Yes, no, I'm aware of that, my lord. I'm getting there. I just wanted to find out, and my question to her, and she's already answered, is how did she know, why did she say it's a spearder bakkie? Now she said she made an afleiding. Now, the most important question I've got for you is, you're very sure that when you gave evidence, you were asked by the state to give evidence about what happened Sunday, and it was the 18th of February. And you've gone through a lot of detail, and we have now gone through a lot of detail as well. And you confirm that when you saw this bakkie, it was Sunday, the 18th of February.
Vraag was gevraagd aan ieder staatsaanklaer en die het ook getuigd tot daaromtrent was vraag gevraagd van toe plaatsgevonden de 18e van februari 2024.
That's correct, my lord.
And then you gave evidence about a man that came there.
U het toe getuigd van een man die daar aangekomen het.
From the bakkie.
Vanaf die bakkie.
That's correct, my lord.
So you were already at that stage at Kelly and Buddha's house with both your kids that you were carrying.
Was u al bij Boeta en Kelly's huis die dag met beide kinders wat u bij u gedraaid?
That's correct, my lord.
Wait. Just a moment. I'm going to try again to clarify. When you approached Kelly's house,
Toen u naar Kelly's huis toe gestapt hebt, op pad naar Kelly's huis toe,
did you see anybody at the bakkie?
het die enige persoon bij die bakkie gezien?
Nee, my lord.
When you arrived at Kelly's house, we know there was a gentleman that you saw there at some stage. Was that person there yet or not?
Toen u nou bij deze aangekomen u daar was die persoon daar al daar geweest of niet?
Die persoon was daar geweest, my lord.
The person was there, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. This person that you say that was already at Kelly's house, how do you know that he came from the bakkie?
Die persoon bij Kelly's huis, hoe het u geweet hij komt van die bakkie af?
Ik heb niet geweet hij komt van die bakkie af, nee.
I didn't know that he was coming from the bakkie.
Now, what I want to put to you is, and you gave evidence to that effect after the point that I'm now, you gave evidence that this person that was there, you were convinced that it was a policeman because he was there to ask about some chicken theft. Is that correct?
U het gesê die persoon wat daar was, wat u geglo is 'n speurder, die persoon was daar om vrae te vra oor hoenderdiefstal. Is dit reg so?
That's correct, my lord.
You gave evidence to that effect.
U het so getuig.
That's correct, my lord.
Now, you see what I wanted to ask you that I referred to earlier on, that's very important. Why do you say that which you give evidence about the bakkie, the person who came there, that spoke to Buddha about the chicken theft? Why do you say that happened on Sunday, the 18th of February?
Hierdie persoon wat so toe na Boeta gekom na Boeta se toe gegaan het volgens u, maar u so gesê is gepraat oor die hoenderdiefstal. Hoekom sou u sê dit sou plaasvind die 18de Sondag?
Want ik heb die zondagochtend omgegaan naar Kelly's huis, toen was die zondag, ik is zeker was die zondagochtend geweest.
Because on the Sunday I went to Kelly's house, I am sure it was the Sunday.
You don't think you're making a mistake?
Ik denk niet dat u fout begaan.
Nee, my lord.
Now, if accused one His instructions to me, not if, his instructions to me is that the day that the detective got there with his bakkie and came to speak to accused one about chicken theft, that was Saturday the 17th.
Beskuldiging nommer 1 sê dat die dag toe die speurder daar aangekom het, sou die Saterdag weer die 17de van Februarie, waar ek kom praat het oor hierdie hoenderdiefstal.
Dat was geweest op een zondagochtend.
It was a Sunday, the Sunday morning.
But I'm putting it to you that it was Saturday, and my client's instructions are that it was Saturday the 17th, when this happened, that you gave evidence about the bakkie, the spearder, and the chicken theft.
My client's instructions dat dit so afgevind het die Saterdag die 17de van Februarie 2024, waar gesprek was in verband met die hoenderdiefstal.
My lord, kan ik gewoon explain oor dat gewoon?
Ja. Can I explain about that, my lord?
Hoekom ik zei dat was een zondagochtend geweest?
The reason why I say it was a Sunday morning,
want die zaterdagavond, ik kan niet specifiek zeggen hoe laat, maar het was laat in de avond en geweest dat het al donker al.
but the Saturday night, I can't recall as to what time it was, but it was already dark.
Toen ik geld gehad dat Ayanda me gegeven.
I had money which was given to me by Ayanda.
En toen ik Ayanda gevraagd me dat koop ik zelf.
Then I asked Ayanda to go and buy for myself.
Toen ik gegaan naar bij Kelly's huis.
Then I went to Kelly's house.
En achterna, toen ik voor Kelly van waar is Boeta.
After that, I asked Kelly where Boeta was.
Toen zei Kelly voor mij, maar Boeta is nog niet meer huis. Niet van tijd dat Kelly bij Boeta is gelopen van huis af.
Because Kelly said to me, Boeta wasn't there since he left the house.
En verder aan toen zei Kelly aan mij.
Then further Kelly said to me,
dat Boeta heeft voor haar gezegd die dag, op een dag.
Boeta said to him, to her during the day,
dat hij gaan samen met vrienden naar Stephanus' plaats toe.
That is going to with friends to Stephanus' farm.
Dat is hoe ik weet, dat was die zondag, die gesprek wat ik gehoord had, was van de woensdagspelerij.
That's why I'm saying it was a Sunday, the day when I heard about the chicken theft.
So if I'm not mistaken, or let me ask you, am I correct in making this statement? From what you told the court now, what the discussion there was between you and Kelly and what she told you, you heard that Boeta had gone to Stephanus' place on Saturday evening. It was already dark. Am I understanding it correctly?
Waarschijnlijk niet mooi dat u was toen meegedeel van Kelly dat Boeta zo met vrienden naar Stephanus' plaats toe gaan die zaterdag toen het donker geweest.
Just a moment.
Sorry.
She never said that Kelly told her Boeta left when it was already dark. What she said was she went to Kelly when it was already dark. And Kelly told her he had not returned since he had left the house. So the question to the witness can be misunderstood.
Yes, thank you, Maro.
Must I, on every turn, remind counsel to be precise? Otherwise, we will be here till next year.
Let me rephrase that question,
please.
When you got to Kelly's house, was Boeta there? You're talking about Saturday night.
Toen u bij Kelly says en kom je zaterdag aan, was Boeta daar geweest?
Nee, my lord.
No.
And you said it was dark. And am I correct in saying that you heard from Kelly that Boeta had left sometime before you, or any time before you got to Kelly at her house on Saturday evening?
Dit was al donker geweest. Als ik reg om te verstaan dat u zei, Kelly Boeta was al weg geweest toen u met Kelly die zaterdag aanpraat.
Ik verstaan niet. Kan iedereen proberen te gaan?
Can you please repeat that? I don't follow you now.
Can you tell us what did Kelly tell you about Boeta? When did he leave?
Wat het Kelly vir u van Boeta gesê? Hoe laat is hy weg?
And where did he go?
En waarheen was hy?
Soos Kelly vir my gesê het,
As Kelly told me,
ek het vir Kelly van Kelly was Boeta.
I asked Kelly where Boeta was.
Toe sê Kelly vir my wat Boeta is, al van die maga was, van die tyd wat jy op Boeta gaan loop van die huis uit, is Boeta weggaan. En Boeta het vir Kelly gesê, en hy gaan saam met Solis na Savannah se plaas toe.
From the time he left the house, Boeta has been gone. And Boeta told Kelly that he was going with friends to Stephanus' farm.
Okay.
No,
the point I want to get
no.
to.
Question was whether Kelly told her when Boeta left. That was your question.
Yes, the answer wasn't clear. It says that he had left during the day. He had not come home yet. He had left with, Kelly said that he had left and gone to the farm with somebody.
Well, at some stage, she said that and corrected herself, but that was not the translation given. Did she tell you when on that Saturday did Boeta leave the house?
Het sy vir u gesê op daardie Saterdag wanneer hoe laat Boeta die so verlaat het?
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
Did she give any indication whether it was still during the day or whether it was night already?
Het sy enige indikasie gesê wat gedurende die dag of was dit in die aand al?
Dit was die aand die tyd wat ek daar by haar gewees het.
No. Did she give an indication when Boeta left?
Het sy indikasie gegee
Was
wanneer
that during the day or was it already after dark?
toe Boeta weg was dit gedurende die dag of die aand?
Dit was die dag gewees, my lord.
During the day, my lord.
Yes, Mr. Adamson.
Thank you, my lord. The question I want to ask you, did you assume anything as to where you heard now Kelly says somebody is going to Stephanus' place? Why are you telling the court this? Did you make an assumption or offloading as you talk about what Boeta went to do at Stephanus' house?
Do you know
Stephanus' farm, you mean?
Sorry?
Stephanus' farm, you mean?
Sorry, Stephanus' farm, yeah.
Toe u nog gehoor het dat Boeta na Stephanus' farm se plaas was, het u enige afleiding gemaak volgens wat u gesê het wat hy daar so gaan doen het?
Nee, my lord.
Mr. Adamson, can you just give me one moment, please? I'm sorry for the interruption during the lunch break. She just had to go and check on her child, so I just wanted to ensure that everything's fine at home.
Thank you, Maron.
Thank you.
Ms. Lombard, let's go a bit back. I put to you,
Ek wil aan u stel,
ek het aan u gestel,
ek het aan u gestel,
that from your evidence
vanaf u getuienis,
in chief,
hoof,
and from your evidence now under cross-examination,
en van u getuienis nou onder tuisondervraging,
you gave evidence about the detective Bakkie that was there,
u het getuig oor die speurder Bakkie wat daar was,
about some chicken theft.
en van hoenderdiefstal.
That's correct, my lord.
Okay. Then I put to you that my client says
Het aan u gestel dat my cliënt sou sê,
the day that the detective came to his house,
die dag toe die speurder na sy huis toe kom,
that was Saturday the 17th
dit was Saterdag die 17de
of February 2024.
van Februarie die jaar 2024.
Then your evidence led there. Hoekom said it is the Sondag. Then you explained why you were saying.
Mr. Adamson, with all due respect, why do you have to repeat everything that the witness said? Because then it becomes difficult for the witness to follow. Because you're giving we know she testified in chief. And you've already covered that with her to say it was on the Sunday. We've now dealt with that as to why she says it was on the Sunday. You've already put to her that it was on a Saturday. She gave this long explanation. Right. We know that she testified, and it doesn't seem as if that's in dispute. There was some issue about questions about chicken theft. Because the only difference earlier was where you said it's your instructions that the detective came to speak about the chicken theft, and that was on Saturday the 17th. So it's common cause from your instructions as put earlier that the detective was there to ask questions about chicken theft. It was only about the day.
Yeah.
But now you're prefacing the question with this long preamble. Now, yes, sometimes one can do it. Must remember the witness we have here.
Yeah, I understand.
It's not a sophisticated witness. So break it up into small pieces if you can, bite-sized chunks, so that we don't have a long preamble, and that's why I'm getting these long-winded answers and a repetition of everything. Please, if we can we just keep it short and sweet?
Thank you.
And we get to the point. One step at a time.
I've already put to you that my client's instructions that the bakkie was there from the detective with the detective on Saturday. And my instructions further is that it was not on Sunday. So the bakkie wasn't there twice. It was there on Saturday and not on Sunday.
Instructie van beskuldig nommer 1 sou sê dat hierdie bakkie nie 2 keer daar was nie. Die was die Saterdagdag gewees, maar nie die Sondag nie.
Dit was die Sondag gewees.
It was the
Was
Sunday
die
morning
bakkie daar gewees.
when the bakkie was there.
I'm putting it to you again that you are wrong. The bakkie was not there on Sunday.
Is verkeerd. Die bakkie was nie daar die Sondag nie.
The question is disallowed. It's been asked and answered.
Thank you, my lord. In your evidence in chief, you gave a very long explanation of what happened there.
In uw hoofgetuienis het u 'n lang verhaal gegee wat so daar plaasgevind het.
That's correct, my lord.
That the detective came to accused one, Mr. Apollo's house.
Die speler het gekom na meneer Apollo se huis.
That's correct, my lord.
That the detective asked him if he knows anything about chicken theft at Stephanus' farm.
Hierdie speler het hom gevra of hy enige kennis het van hoenderdiefstal op Stephanus se plaas.
That's correct, my lord.
And your evidence led that Buddha had said, no, he knows nothing about that.
U getuienis het toen verder gewees dat Boetas antwoord was gewees, het hy nie kennis daarvan nie.
That's correct, my lord.
You say you heard that.
U het gesê u het dit gehoor.
That's correct, my lord.
Now my instructions are further.
My instructies sal verder wees.
As I already put to you that what you gave evidence about happened on Saturday.
Wat ek vir u klaar gesê het wat u van getuienis dra, sou die Saterdag plaasgevind het.
And my client will agree that there was a detective. but not on Sunday, on Saturday, that he did get out of the bakkie, he did come to his house, he did speak to him about chicken theft.
Geskuldige sal saam met die saamstem dat hy daar was, maar die Saterdag dat hy wel die bakkie geklim het, na hom toe gekom het en gepraat oor 'n hoenderdiefstal.
And then he left with the detective, back to the detective's bakkie.
Hy is toe weg met die speurder na sy bakkie.
So, how many, so what's the question?
My question is coming now. Your evidence in chief doesn't say that, although we differ as to which day this place, your evidence in chief doesn't say that my client went back to the bakkie with the detective, other than...
No, Mr. Arabs.
No,
You're
other
wrong.
than... No. I'm trying to get to the 30 minutes.
Unless my notes are again wrong.
Yes, evidence was 30 minutes, they were talking at the bakkie.
No. When you say that she said he didn't leave to the bakkie, she in fact said that Buddha went with him to the bakkie.
That's correct, my lord. I'm trying to get after that. Sorry, I misstated it there. He went back with
No,
him.
you misstated it.
Yeah.
So let's deal with it piecemeal. There's nothing on what you've now, the long preamble, except for the day, and we've dealt with that. You've put your instructions, it was the Saturday. Nothing new, all of that's been covered. Then you put it in the same set of facts that she said that Buddha didn't accompany, but she in fact said, she said he did.
I concede that, my lord.
So just scratch that and start over with that question.
I'll put something else.
You see, Mr. Arms, what I did. I don't know whether you saw what I'm doing.
No, I didn't.
I'm writing here. And if I'm unsure, I'm paging the book. And then I'm looking at my notes. You would have seen that whilst you were busy, I put in flags.
Yeah.
So I'm doing this all the time. So I'm cross-checking on my notes whether the factual situation as put to the witness was in fact the evidence as I noted. And I know it's difficult when you're on your feet and cross-examining to cross-check.
Well, I'm quite clear of my instructions, my lord.
Yeah, no, your instructions are clear.
Yeah. I just want to finish this point, my lord, about I concede that I shouldn't have said that he didn't, my client didn't go back to the bakkie with a detective. He did. She gave the evidence to that effect, and he did.
Yeah.
What your evidence didn't say, and it is my instructions as well, is that when my client went back to the bakkie, him and the detective drove off in the bakkie.
Wat in ieder geval opgesê het is dat beskuldigde nommer 1 sou sê, toe hy in die speurder terugkeer na die bakkie toe, het hulle weggery in die bakkie.
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
So are your instructions that they drove off, that Buddha drove off with him?
Yes, that's my instructions, my lord.
Did you see Buddha drive off with the detective?
Het u gesien of Boeta weggery het met die speurder?
Nee, my lord.
No.
Did you see what happened to them when they got to the bakkie?
Het u gesien wat van hulle gebeur het toe hulle by die bakkie aankom?
Hulle het gestaan by die kant by die bakkie en hulle kapkaal, maar ek kon nie hoor wat hulle gepraat het.
They stood outside the bakkie talking, but you could not hear what they were talking about. I could not hear what they were talking about.
And could you observe them all the time that they were there until Buddha returned?
kon u na hulle observeer heeltyd toe hulle daar was tot hulle teruggekeer het?
That's correct, my lord.
Thank you, Mr. Harms.
Thank you, my lord. My lord, I'm in possession of a statement. Now, of all the statements that I have in my possession that I want to hand up, this is the only one that I don't have 3 copies of. I only have 1 copy.
Well, if
It'll be much easier for your lordship if...
I'm sure the prosecutors have multiple, they will have the original.
Yes, I will refer them to...
Which one is that?
Kolekile, it's A72. Kolekile Donnie Ngoma.
A statement from another witness.
It's one of the statements in the state's docket.
Okay.
I would ask that this be handed up and admitted provisionally, my lord. It is a state, it's in our docket, and it is the name, and it is the detective work that went to state, it's the detective statement that went to Kitty's house, to my client's house.
Okay. I'm going to hear from your colleagues, first from the defense, whether they have any objection to handing up the statement. Because I don't know what's in that statement. It might be that they have objections for different reasons, because something is said about their client, and then I'll turn to the state.
My lord,
I'm just going to check. I'm going to check with them.
Thank you.
If there are no objections, then I'll turn to the state. Ms. Nkabai, do you have any objections to that statement being handed in? No objection. Mr. Sivnarayan?
Thank you, my lord. I have no objection.
Ms. Swanepoel?
My lord, it is so that the statement is filed in the docket. If the defense wants to, at this stage, ask that it be provisionally allowed, I accept that he will then call the author of that affidavit.
Well, we can allow it provisionally, and then I'm sure that Mr. Harmse will indicate to the witness that there is this potential witness that will say A, B, C, D, and the day and time it happened, and then the witness can comment on it.
Indeed.
So if you can give me the statement. So we're going to V, Exhibit V. A, what is it, Mr. Harmson?
Beg your pardon, my lord.
Give us the A numbers so that A72 can find it. A72. Just to facilitate.
It's a 7-page affidavit, my lord. Maybe if we
I'm just
deal
going
with
to
that
mark
tomorrow.
it. I'm just going to mark it as an exhibit. I doubt that you will deal with the whole of the statement. There might just be 1 or 2 things. I'm
Yes.
suspecting that. So this statement is headed again, Saldana Cas 24/3/2024, A72, it says 1 of 7 through to 7 of 7, seems to have been commissioned on the 23rd of May 2024. It's a statement of Kolekile Donnie Ngoma, Ngoma. I want you to decide, Mr. Harmse, do you want, I don't know how much of this, of the contents of the statement will be relevant to the cross-examination, but one would want to deal with it not piecemeal.
Yes.
So you would rather, if you tell me I won't get through it in 10 minutes, then I would rather take the adjournment now.
Yeah.
The witness can be given a copy of the statement overnight, and then we start 10 minutes earlier tomorrow morning. In other words, we'll start at 8:50. So we're going to make up the 10 minutes tomorrow.
I have no objection unless we make up the 10 minutes in. Yeah, no,
I don't want to put pressure, Mr. Harms, on the transport of the accused to court. The earlier I bring my court hearings, the more difficult it becomes for everybody else that are role players here. So let's start at 9, but I want my 10 minutes back at some stage. So we'll take it back, maybe have a shorter luncheon somewhere, but I need my time back. That's slightly on a lighter note to counsel because you've given me a lot of time. I've already taken a lot of your time in the last 2 weeks, but we need to get a move on so that we don't lose unnecessary time. But I can understand the situation. I've just quickly looked at the statement when I got it in my hand, and I can immediately see where you're going to hone in on. And there's some other detail where my eye fell on that I know it's going to take you longer than 10 minutes. I anticipate that.
It will depend on the witness, my lord, as well.
Yeah. So to be fair to yourself and to be fair to the witness, let's rather not push it. Tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock, Mr. Apollos, Mr. Van Rijn, Ms. Smith, 2 of you, Malmesbury, Ms. Smith, Langebaan. We will resume at 9 tomorrow morning. Can counsel, because we have the time now, can you just briefly come and see me? Before I leave, I just need to discuss with you some logistical issues in the event that we don't finish on Friday next week, so that we can pre-plan. The court will adjourn.
I don't know what happened to Joshlin, but I know my children. My children loves to play around, and they play around with every child you know. So I think that it's something that Joshlin played in the area, and that then some men or someone that, I can't say men or women, but someone that just saw Joshlin as a beautiful target, that she is a beautiful child, like all of you can see. A beautiful target, and you know, human abduction, you know, human trafficking, and I must say, for me it feels like there's been human trafficking involved, something like that.
Nou gaan ek so 'n vraag vra. Dink mooi vir die antwoord. Dis my laaste vraag.
Okay.
Dis my laaste vraag. Are you using tik?
At this moment, I'm clean.
Did you use tik?
I did use stuff. But at this moment, I'm clean.
How long have you been clean?
To tell you the truth, I'm going live. To tell you the truth, I've been clean for a week now.
For a week.
For a week.
Right, thank you.
But I'm clean. I'm honest.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate your honesty. Then my last question. The information we got was that Buddha was busy using tik in the house. You were not there. They were busy tucking when the child got missing. What do you say about that?
Like I said, I wasn't at home. I don't know. I can't answer the question because I don't know.
All right. The really last one. Does Buddha use tuck?
The same as me. We've been clean both for a week.
So he was also on tuck.
Yes.
Tak praat man.
Do you think you need help?
Say bye,
Put you
say
in a
bye.
rehab center which I'm willing to pay for.
Ja, sê.
But you must think. You know?
I know.
Wanneer gou antwoord die luister dat jy sê. Wanneer gou
Ja,
antwoord.
sê man.
Nee, wag. Ek vra, moet ek vir jou in 'n rehab center sit? Ek sal betaal vir dit. Laat jy kan help kry. Of dink jy het nie help nodig nie?
Sonder laat pres enigstens wel al gehelp het. Ek en my social worker, of ek en die social worker en die polisie het saam gewerk mos saam. En my agreement en hulle was gewees. Of us. Sodra ons vir Joshlin kry, ek wil net my kind vind. Maar in die meantime, ek is nie van plan om substance te gebruik. Ek is van plan om te gebruik.
As die kind gekry het?
Ja, my kind gekry het, dan gaan ek vrywilliglik na rehab center toe.
So jy gee my jou woord.
Ek gee u my woord.
So ek sal betaal vir jy en
Buddha.
as hy nog nie guilty is nie. Ek wil eers hoor wat sy die lie detector test. Né?
Jy hoef nie te betaal nie, dit word gereël van die social workers, maar as jy bereid is om vir ons privaat te stuur, dat is nog
Ek sal hulle privaat stuur. Whatever. Ek wil net hê ons moet jy moet help kry.
Ja, sodra Joshlin gekry is, Buddha het gister met my gepraat en hy het my gesê, Kiani, ek sal gaan reed. En ek het nog voor ek vir hom gevra het, ek al reeds vir die social workers gesê, ek gaan vrywillig, ek wil net my kind. Sodra ek weet my kind is safe, en by iemand dat ek weet sy safe, dan gaan ek vrywilliglik.
Ek gaan so los met die woorde, dis nie 'n vraag nie.
I think Joshlin Smith is any other kid on the Cape